passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you had put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. Like, what are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing? Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time, or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to the basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what looks like an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I've put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying, it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying, like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came up with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easy. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People will work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate, or I just pause, and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal failing, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when exploring and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people that sit around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nivi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nivi and I for a meeting, a coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can tell you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business, in the venture business, looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say, on the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career, and yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kind, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is kind of saying simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill set, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converge to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it. Until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three-focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to master at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping.
Mr. Opening Malaka, you go over to Manan, and then wow, and there are our sorry, it's dramatic. It just a matter. It doesn't matter. It's just it's broken. Maybe okay, I didn't say that. I didn't say it because I was putting on my jacket, but I want to broke my station. Bro, I think the market just broke my facial, man. Neat. I'm gonna die or no? I'm gonna die or no? Neat. Neat, cheating. With everything, it's neat. Neat. I'm done tired. I'm done tired. Like this. Neat. I'm done. neat. Neat. Neat people like to keep themselves, their house and this one. Has been the latest skirt I've made. Even his shoes are I'm trying to be made, but my husband is okay. Wait. Okay, I didn't say it because I was putting on my jacket, but I want to be tender. Just broke my facial knit. I'm gonna die alone. Okay, you're not gonna die alone. Just what my safety net. Okay, and now I have to get a snake. Okay. I'm got a snake. I'm got a snake. I'm got a snake. Why? Why is that? If I'm gonna be if I'm gonna be an old now, no man, I'm gonna need a thing, a hook, like that guy on the subway who eats his own face. So I figure I'll be crazy man with a snake. Crazy man with a snake. Crazy man with a snake. Crazy man. Snake. Crazy man. Okay, I got it. I have a good snake. No, I haven't done good snake. Snake. Now I have to get a snake. Why is that? If I'm gonna no man, I'm gonna need a thing, a hook, like that guy on the subway who eats his own face. So I figure. So I figure I'll be crazy man with the snake. Okay, are we going? So I figure out with snake. No man. So I figure I'll be crazy man with a snake. Crazy snake man, and I'll get more and more snakes. Call them my baby kids won't walk past my place. They will run. So I figure number. The symbol for a number or amount expressed in numbers. Can you read this? Can you read this figure? Is it as 3 or an 8? The symbol for a number or an amount expressed in number. Can you read this figure? Is it as 3 or an 8? Write the amount in both words and figure. The symbol for a number or an amount expressed in numbers, figure. The shape of the human body or a person. So I think I will be crazy man with this snake. No, crazy snake man. Crazy snake man, and there are more snakes. Causing my baby came from one part method. We were one away from single statement. Well stuck. So God took over this, okay? You are not done unhappy with that. Yeah, put on. I reject anyone who is crazy enough to actually go after me, and then I pick the body back. So that's for the that I'm crazy. Kidding me? That aunt and great woman out there. Oh, Chandler, you have just described the virtual everyone that we have ever gone out with. Chandler, you have just described the virtual everyone. Virtual. For almost everyone that can. You have just described virtually everyone that we have ever gone out with. Yeah, you're not a freak. You're a guy. She's right. You're no different than you are no different than the rest of them. Okay. Chandler, you have just described the virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. That we have ever that we have ever gone out with. Yeah, you are not a freak, you are a guy. A guy.
Anyone who's crazy enough to actually go out with me, and then I bitch about the fact that there aren't any great women out there. Jim, you have just described virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. In fact, that there aren't any great women out there. Jim, you have just described
You have to describe virtually
every man that we have ever gone out with. You are not a freak. You're not.
okay. A freak. Virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. That's virtually everyone. Almost similar. Almost means their twine are virtually identical. Their twine virtually identical. Alternative, you have just without you just describe the virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. Yeah, you are not a freak. You're a guy. You're a guy. She's right. You are no different than the rest of them. Wait a minute. Yes. Hey. You know. Wait a minute. Yeah. Crazy. Me? You only kidding me? She's right. You are no different than the rest of them. Wait a minute. Yes, you are totally different. You are bad way? No, honey. In bad way? You know? No, honey. You are in a wonderful way. In a bad way? In a bad way? No, honey. In a wonderful way. You know what you want. You know what you want now. Most guys don't even have a clue. Have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be you are ready to be vulnerable. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate someone. Able to be easily physical or mentally earned to influence the world type. Intimate. Person. Having or being likely to cause a very close friendship, a very close friendship or personal or sexual relationship. Okay, intimate relationship. The restaurant has a very intimate okay, has become very intimate person and personal with someone and intimate with someone. Have you been likely to cause a worker friendship or personal or sexual relationship? Intimate with someone. Intimate with someone. Or be likely to cause a worker friendship or personal or sexual relationship You know what you want to know. Most guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable. Yeah, and intimate with someone. Vulnerable. Able to be easily physically. Or mentally hurt, influenced, or attacked. Vulnerable. Easy to be hurt. Able to be easily physical or mental hurt, or mentally hurt, influenced. Easy to be easily hurt. Easy to be easily physically or easy to be easily physically or mentally hurt, influenced, or attacked. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. You are not gonna end up alone. Chandler, you called Janice. That's how much you wanted to be with someone. You made it. You're there. You are ready to make a commitment. Ooh, don't know about that. Don't know about that. Intimate, vulnerable. You to be hurt. To influence. Commitment. A promise or firm. A promise or firm. To do something. Commitment. Commitment. A promise. A promise or firm. Okay, women need commitment. Women need a commitment. Women need an important women need a commitment with intimate relationships. With intimate relationship. Is that right? You are ready to be commitment. Okay, a promise or firm. Not soft. Hard. Okay, you are not gonna end up alone. Chandler, you called Janice. That's how much you wanted to be with someone. You made it. You are there. You are ready to make a commitment. Oh, don't know about that. Know about that. Opening marker. You always hated my name, and then all of a sudden, it's just magic. It's just magically, it's just broken. Phoebe, tell her. Phoebe, tell her. Phoebe, tell her. Okay, I didn't say it. I didn't say it because I was putting on my jacket. I didn't say it because I was putting on my jacket. But I want to give you. Chandler, Mark just broke. Mark just broke my seashell lamps. Mark just broke my seashell lamp. My seashell lamps. Neat. I'm gonna die or no? Neat.
I'm gonna die alone. That's proposition.
Neat. Why is this? Why is this mean? For the sense. Neat. Good. Good. Neat. The video game is really neat. We saw a really neat film last night. That was a really neat party. Opening Malacca. Okay, neat. I'm gonna die or no? Neat. I'm gonna die or no? Okay, you win. Chandler, you are not gonna die or no? Janice was my safety net, okay? Janice was my safety net, okay? And now I have to get a snake. And now I have to get a snake. Why is that? If I'm gonna die, if I'm gonna be an old, knowing man, I'm gonna need a thing, a hook. Like that guy on the subway, who is his own face. So I figure I'll be crazy man with this snake. So I figure I'll be crazy man with this snake. Crazy snake man, and I'll get more snakes. Call them, and I'll get more snakes. Call them my babies. Kids won't walk. Kids won't walk past. Kids won't walk past my place. They will run away from crazy snake man. They'll shout. You've got to get over this, okay? You've got to get over this, okay? You've got to get over this, okay? You're not gonna end up her though. You're not gonna end up her though. Of course I am. I reject anyone who's crazy enough to actually go out with me. And then I bitch about the fact. And then I bitch about the fact that there aren't any great women out there. That there aren't any great women out there. Oh, Chandler, you have just described virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. Yeah. Oh, Chandler, you have just described virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. Yeah. You are not a freak. Yeah, you are not a freak. You're a guy. She's right. You are no different than the rest of them. Wait a minute. Yes, hey, you are totally different. In a bad way? No, honey, in a wonderful way. You know what you want now. Most guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. Yeah, you're not gonna end up alone. Chandler, you call jealousy. That's how much you wanted to be with someone. You made it. You're there. You are ready to make a commitment. You are ready to make a commitment. Promise or firm decision. Promise or firm decision. True, you are really true. Why then?
Clue.
Or sign or some information that helps you to find the answer to a proper answer. Find the answer to a problem, question, or master.
Clue.
A sign, or some information that helps you to find the answer to a problem. Clue. You have to have a clue. A sign or some information that helps you to find the answer to a problem, question, or mystery.
In my pocket. You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time, or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to a basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation, and if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, if you may want to eat your healthy home meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just to really, sure, you can get it, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made happiness a priority. Paul Gray said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. That's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what annual salary is multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think that beat. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I earn per actual hour that I put in, it's probably quite a bit higher. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens in Twitter a lot. Should you work harder and should you not? Like David Hauser's on.
Oh, what you got there? Something else. Oh, what you got there? Something else that's not yours that you can break. Oh, what you got there? Something. Oh, what you got there? Something else. Oh, what you got there? Oh, what you got there? Something else. Oh, what you got there? What you got there? What you got there? Something else that's not yours that you can break? Oh no. I know you like this, and I want you to have it. I think it all look good in our apartment. Thank you. That's fine. What you got there? ChatGPT. Virgin. Big fix. Bug fixes. Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Welcome to the chain. Why is that? Consider Spotify. Come back. Chicken. I take listen and say there again. Say there, come back. Okay. Opinion. Why? Why is that? Connecting. Go on, go on, go on. Open it, Monica. You at ChatGPT and practice my language. You just listen and say that back or say that back. Okay?
Sure, I can do that. Go ahead and practice, and I'll repeat back what you say.
Oh, Chandler, you have just described virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. Yeah, you are not a freak. You're a guy. She's right. You are no different than the rest of them. Wait a minute. Yes, he is. You are totally different. In a bad way? No, honey, in a wonderful way. You know what you want now. Most guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. Yeah, you're not gonna end up or no. Chandler, you called Janice. That's how much you wanted to be with someone. You made it. You're there. You are ready to make a commitment. Okay. Say that back again.
Oh, Chandler, you have just described virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. Yeah, you are not a freak. You are a guy. She's right. You are no different than the rest of them. Wait a minute. Yes, he is. You are totally different. You are bad way. No, honey, you are wonderful way. You know what you want now. Most guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. Yeah. You are not going to end up with no. Chandler, you caught Janice. That's how much you wanted to be with someone. You made it. You are there. You are ready to make a commit.
Okay. Chandler, you have just described the virtual environment that we have ever gone out with. Yeah, you are not a freak. You're a guy. She's right. Wait a minute. Yes, you are totally different. You're a bad way? Wait a minute. Yes, he is. You are totally different. In a bad way? No, honey. In a wonderful way. Say that back again.
Wait a minute. Yes, here it is. You are totally different. In a bad way? No, honey, in a wonderful way.
No, honey, in a wonderful way. Say that back again, please.
No, honey, in a wonderful way.
In a wonderful way. In a wonderful way. Most different things. How much you vulnerable and vulnerable. Virtually. Oh, Chandler, you have just described virtually every man that we have ever gone out with. Yeah, you are not a freak. You're a guy. She's right. You are no different than the rest of men. Wait a minute. Yes, he is. You are totally different. In a bad way? No, honey. In a wonderful way. You know what you want now. Most guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. Yeah, you're not gonna end up with the Chandler. You call jealousy. That's how much you wanted to do with someone. You made it. You're there. You are ready to make a commitment. Ooh, don't know about that. Which one am that? Ooh. Jeez. You are. You're not gonna end up on the road. You're not gonna end up. No, honey, in a wonderful way. You know what you want now. Most guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. Yeah, you are not gonna end up with no Chandler. You call jealous. That's how much you wanted to be with someone. You made it. You're there. You are ready to make a commitment. You know what you do you have a
are ready to take risks. Don't think a wonderful way. You know what you want now. Most of
now?
guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. Yeah, you are not gonna end up with no Chandler. Call jealous. That's how much you wanted to be with someone.
That's how much you wanted to be with someone.
There, you are ready to make a commitment.
Let me do that again. No, honey, in a wonderful way. You know what you want now. Most guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. Yeah, you're not gonna end up with no Chandler. You call jealous. That's how much you wanted to be with. That's how much you wanted to be with someone. You made it. You're there. You are ready to make a commitment. Let me think. No, honey, in a wonderful way. You know what you want now. Most guys don't even have a clue. You are ready to take risks. You are ready to be vulnerable and intimate with someone. Yeah, you're not gonna end up with no Chandler. You call jealous. That's how much you wanted to be with someone. You made it. You're there. You are ready to make a commitment. Who? Don't know about that? Thanksgiving.
No, honey. No, honey. In a wonderful way. You know what you want now.
You know
You have
what
a-
you
You are
want
willing to take risks.
you want
You are willing to be
you know
vulnerable and
what you
commit
want
with someone.
what you
Yeah,
want
you're
now.
not gonna end up for no. Chandler.
Chandler.
Cool Janice. That's how much you wanted to be with someone.
That's how much you wanted it to be with someone.
You're there. You are ready to make a commitment. Who? Don't know about that.
先生在我们手机培训微保上面，您这边是给自己参保了一份微保的100万医疗险，由泰康在线全保的。给您打电话是因为这个保单显示呢，在我们22号的时候马上呢就要到期。
还没到期啊，22号。给我打电话好不好？Or to become commitment with someone. Okay, commitment with someone. How much you want? Wow. Also got to even have a to do with it.
Like your slave driving people, and Keith Boy is always on there saying like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David's talking about employees in the lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But he's talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-million-dollar company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination, that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange in any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People will work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Maybe just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience for actions and patience for the results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done.
Okay.
Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away, polish away, polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nidhi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just personal feeling, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it when it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when exploiting, and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, and do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people that sit around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nidhi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nidhi and I for a meeting, a coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business and the venture business looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. At this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three-focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point, it's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. Everyone around me is a great business person. I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer, The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are by definition all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products they create are authentic to their desires and their needs. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would phase Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission. Insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. Doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance, you have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way. If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all of these. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate toward the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else in that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working. But I can see that they have already figured out it's not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they're often in direct competition really aren't. They end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a competitive business, so you have to take that step. You're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game, you're going to win a stupid prize. It's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Opinion, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp.
What you got there? Something else that's not good and that's break. That's break. Oh. I know you have something like that. Stuff, but I'm not gonna stop coming up. Recycle your books because she had a unusual large book. I'm not going to let stuff hang me up anymore. That you can recycle your books. I'll take it. You want to have a yearbook? It's like to sort and connect trash. In order to create and produce useful materials that can be used to sort and connect trash. In order to trade and produce useful materials that can be used again. Second, earlier bit. I mean, I wasn't kind of your opinion. It was the process. But you all can feel. No, it's really not that big. Or one major. One major. No. major, more important, big, more important, bigger, or more self than the other of the same type. Major, more important, bigger, or more serious than the other of the same type version. Okay, I'll finish. Major, more important, bigger, or more serious than the other of the same type. Important. My major was to useless. I mean, how often do you look my major? My major was important. No, my major was belonging already and musical skill, and that is married to my generally thought to have a happy son, to have a who has an exam. Ranking or relating to the music scale. The music scale generally start to have a head sound. I think it would be nice if we just took a few moments. We just took a few moments. Walk from Mr. Hick. I mean, it was kind of a pain. It was, but he was a person. He just didn't say. You are gonna be here. It's really not that big. Take that with you. Merge useless. Must be. I'm tired. Last day I was. I'm sleep 6 hours. I'm sleeping only 6 hours and then I'm tired. I'm tired. Classified. Okay, classified information are first state to be secret. Classified. Measure business. How often do you look in the catchphrase and say for wanted? Sure. My God, that's a good thing. It didn't look this big in the office. Maybe it's magic. My head must look like a golf ball. Alright, don't get hung up. Not files will not smell Jeez. I'm tired. Number 12. Philosophy. Long tired. The connection of small advertisements in a newspaper, magazines or on a website organized. For example, buy a valuable job or type of thing for sale. The connection of smile advertisements in a newspaper, magazine, or on website organization. For example, by a valuable job or types of things for sale. Consequence. The connection of small advertisements in a newspaper or a newspaper, magazine, or on website organizations. For example, by a variable job or types of things for sale. For sale. Okay. Oh, what you got there? Something else that's not yours that you can break. Something else that's not yours that you can break. Oh no, I don't want this. I know you. I like this, and I want you to have it. I can. Oh no, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this, and I want you to have it. 我觉得这个相关的，I think it all. Look good in our apartment. thank you. That's fine. What you got? What you got there? What you got there? Something else that's not yours that you can break. Something else that's not yours that you. No, something else that's yours. Something else that's not yours. Something else that's not yours that you can break. You can break. No, I know. I don't like this, and I want you to have it. Have it. I think it look good in our apartment. Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, Will. Hey, Will. Hey, Will. You will all be pleased. You will all be pleased. You will all be pleased. You will all be pleased to know that that I have this harmony. Hey, wow. What God do? What God do? Yeah, well, you will ever create things that you know that I have a good harmony. Yeah, well, you will be pleased that you know that I have a good harmony. Yeah, wow. This woman also from work. She's great. She's pretty. She's smart, and I will be holding up on asking her out in the past because she had an unusual naughty hit because she had a unusual naughty hit because she had an unusual naughty hit. But I'm gonna let that stuff hung me up anymore. But I'm not gonna let that stuff hung me up there. Hung me up anymore. Okay, yeah. But I'm not gonna let that stuff hung me up anymore. Look at that. I'm growing. Look at that. Look at me, I'm growing. Hey, you can't recycle your book. You can't recycle your books, can you? I'll take that. I'll take that. You want to have your book? You want to have your book? Yeah. Some people said. Some people said some nice thing about me. Some people said some nice thing about me. I think somebody should have it. Some people said something nice about her. Some people said some nice thing about me. I think somebody should have it. Oh God. Oh God, this is so weird. Wired. This is so wired. Oh God, this is so wired. I mean, his whole life was in this part. His whole life was in this apartment, and now it's gone. And I think it would be nice if we just. I think it would be nice if we just took a few moments. I think it would be nice if we just took a few moments for the paper. He was kind of but he was the person. What? you are going to fail. You are going to fail. You are going to fail. It's really not that big. It's really not that big. It's really not that big. Take that with you, huh? Take that with you, huh? Oh yeah, hey, kind. Yeah, you're not second. Yeah, you're not second. Yeah, you're not second. Yeah, you're not second. In a wonderful. Yeah, you're not second. Goodbye to the hackers. Well, try to keep it now. Well, try to keep it. Well, try to keep it now. Well, try to keep it now. Well, try to keep it. Well, try to keep it now. Well, try to keep it. 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 Oh, my major was totally useless. Oh, my major was totally useless. I mean, how often do you in the class I mean, my major was totally useless. I mean, how often do you look in the classified and say philosophy on the sure. My God, that's a big hit. My God, that's a big hit. You didn't look at this big in the office. You didn't look at this big in the office. You didn't look this big in the office. Maybe it's the night. Maybe it's the night. My head must look like a golf ball at work. My head must look like a golf ball at work. All right. Don't get hung up on it. All right. Don't get hung up on it. Quick. Mr. Feinstein did not help me. Quick. Mr. Feinstein did not about her. Nice smile, good gesture, big A. Okay, my mentor was my mentor was fully useless. I mean, how often do you have in the classifieds and say philosophy? Not one. Okay. Anything you want. I often say anything you want. I often in the classifieds and say engineer wanted. Philosophy. Useless. I was me. Philosophy. My major was totally useless. I mean, how often do you look at in the classifieds? How often do you look in the paper? In the newspaper, classifieds. How often do you look in the? How often do you look in the classifieds? I mean, how often do you look at in the classified? How often do you look in the classified and say philosophy? Not about it. I'm tired. I got 6 hours sleep from yesterday. I'm tired. God. Uh-oh. Okay, go on. Go on. Next page. Seashell naps. Now, would you next? That was 10 blocks. That was 10 blocks from here. And the women was walking around at night.
Mom, would you relax? That was 10 blocks from here, and the woman was walking alone at night. I would never do that. Mom, would you relax? That was 10 blocks from here, and the woman was walking alone at night. I would never do that. Mom, come on, stop worrying. This is a safe street. This is a safe building. There's nothing. Oh, I gotta go. Mom, come on, stop worrying. This is a safe street. This is. Mom, would you relax?
Would you relax?
That was 10 blocks from here, and the
woman
was walking
the woman was walking around. What 10 blocks here? Ma, would you relax? Would you relax? That was 10 blocks from here. That was 10 blocks from here. That was 10 blocks from here. 10 blocks. That was 10 blocks from here. That was 10 blocks from here. Please.
Alone at night. I would never do that. Mom, come on, stop worrying. This is a safe street. This is a safe building. There's nothing. Oh, I gotta go. Okay. That's fine. You just read the paper. I'm gonna get caught. It's not for you.
Pop.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna pop.
Read the family circus. Enjoy the gentle comedy. It's open, you guys.
Hi.
Hey, can I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking for Phoebe. Does she still live here?
No, she doesn't, but I can get a message to her.
Great. Just tell her husband stopped by.
Her what?
Hey, how did you do that?
Oh my god. God.
This is unbelievable, Phoebes. How can you be married?
How come to
Well, I mean, I'm not married, you know. He's just a friend, and he's gay,
It's
and
gay.
he's from Canada, and he just needed a green card. I can't believe you married Duncan.
No, Duncan.
I mean, how could you not tell me? We
Duncan.
lived together. We told each other everything. I'm sorry, Monica, but I know if I told you, you'd get really, like, judgmental, and you would not approve. Of course I wouldn't approve. I mean, you were totally in love with this guy who, hello, was gay. I mean, what the hell were you thinking?
See, and you thought she'd be judgmental.
Okay, I wasn't in love with him, and I was just helping out a friend. Please, when he left town, you stayed in your pajamas for a month. And I saw you eat a cheeseburger. Well, didn't you?
What did you do?
I might have. I can't believe you didn't tell me. Come on, like you tell me everything. Now, what have I not told you? Oh, I don't know. How about the fact that the underwear out there on the telephone pole is yours from when you were having sex with Fun Bobby out on the terrace? Who told you? You are dead meat.
I didn't know it was a big secret.
No, it's not big. Not at all. You know, kind of the same lines as, say, oh, I don't know, having a third nipple. You have a third nipple?
You have a third nipple?
You bitch.
Whip it out, whip it out.
There's nothing to see. It's just a tiny bump. It's totally useless.
Oh, as opposed to your other multifunctional nipples.
I can't believe you. You told me it was a nubbin. Joey, what do you think a nubbin was? I don't know. You see something, you hear a word. I thought that's what it was. Let me see it again.
Joey was in a porno movie. If I'm going down, I'm taking everybody with me.
All right. I was young and I just wanted a job, okay? But at the last minute, I couldn't go through with it. So they let me be the guy who comes in to fix the copier but can't because there's people having sex out.
Wild!
So what's it shaped like?
Yeah, is there a hair on it?
What happens if you flick it?
Well, so
does it do anything, special?
special?
Why, yes, Ross. Pressing my third nipple opens the delivery entrance to the magical land of Narnia.
You know, in some cultures, having a third nipple is actually a sign of virility. You get the best huts and women dance naked around you.
Hut? Are any of these cultures perchance in the tri-state area?
You are so amazing. Is there anything you don't know?
Julie, that's smart. Julie, that's special.
I wanted you to go
Okay.
but he's with her now.
I'm
just gonna have to get over it. Oh, I'm gonna have to get over it. See, I didn't know that's what I had to do. I just have to get over it. Where are you going? I'm gonna go meet Duncan. He's skating tonight. He's in the capades.
The ice capades?
No, gravel capades. Yeah, the turns aren't as fast, but when Snoopy falls, funny.
I can't believe you're dressing up for him. I mean, you're setting yourself up all over again. Okay, no. For your information, I'm going to see him so I can put all those feelings behind me. Okay, and the reason I'm dressed like this is because I think it's nice to look nice for your gay husband.
Darn it, we're all out of milk. Hey Chandler, would you fill me up here? Oh, I see, because of the third nipple thing.
Okay,
sweetie, see you later.
Circus.
See you later, Rich.
Bye, Julie.
Circus.
Hey. Hey, come on, cut it out.
Hey,
What?
can I ask you something?
Ask me?
Sure.
Circus.
Man,
Circus.
man,
Come on, talk to me.
Come on, talk to me.
what's the longest you've been in a relationship before having the sex?
Why? Who's not having? Are you and Julie not? Or are you and Julie not having sex?
Technically? No.
Wow.
Wow.
Is it because she's so cold and bad? Or is it because she's like kind of bossy, makes me like school?
No, she's great. And it's not like we haven't done anything. I mean, we do plenty of other stuff, lots of other stuff like.
No. Don't need to know the details.
No, it's me. You know, I've only been with one woman my whole life, and she turned out to be a lesbian. So now I've got myself all psyched out, you know, and it's become like this thing, and
No, I don't think it's weird. I think, in fact, you know what I think? I think it's sexy. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexier than a man who does not want to have sex. In fact, I'd wait. Yes, absolutely. I would wait. And wait. Then I'd wait some more.
No.
Really?
Oh yeah, I don't care how much she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she begs, she pleads, she tells you she's gonna have sex with another man. That just means it's working.
But women really want this?
More than jewelry.
Hi.
Phoebe!
Hi.
Hi, look at you. You look great.
Do I? Thank you. So do you.
Thanks.
Sparkly.
Oh.
Wow.
So.
This is pretty wonderful, huh? Mr. Major Capades guy. I remember when you were just like King Friday and Mr. Rogers' Ice is Nice. Remember when you...
Hi, look at you. You look great.
Do I? Thank you.
You look great.
So do you.
Wow, so tall. So tired. Circus, enjoying the gentle comedy. Comedy, okay. Comedy and comedy, gentle comedy, and enjoying the gentle comedy. Can you come here? Oh my god. It's open, it's open. You guys. It's open, you guys. Hey, hi. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm looking for a baby. Does she still live here? No, she doesn't, but I can get a message to her. But I can get a message to her. I can get a message to her. Great. Just tell her husband stopped by. Okay, just tell her husband stopped by. Her what? Hey, how did you do that? This is unbelievable. Faye. How can you be married? Well, I mean, I'm not married. You know, he was just a friend. I was just a friend, and he's gay, and was from Canada, and he just needed a green card. And he just needed a green card. I can't believe you married Duncan. I mean, how could you not tell me? How could you not tell me? We knew that together. We told each other everything. I'm sorry, Malcolm, but I knew if I told you would get really judgmental, and you would not approve. Judgmental. Judgmental. Too quick to criticize hurt people. You must try not to be so judgmental about people. Judgmental? Huh. Why, Bobby? Judgmental. You will be judgmental. Too quick to criticize people. Too quick to criticize people. You must try not to be so judgmental about too quick. Two. Semen promise. Okay, too quick to criticize people. Criticize. And you would not approve. Of course I wouldn't approve. I mean, you were totally in love with this guy. Who? Hey, I mean, you were totally in love with this guy. Who? Now with this guy. Who? Hello. Who? Hello. This guy. Who? Hello. And I was gay. I mean, what the hell were you thinking? See, and you thought she'd be judgmental. Okay, I want to in love with him. in love with him, and I was just helping out a friend, and I was just helping out a friend. Please. When he left town, you stayed in your pajamas there for a month, and I saw you eat a cheeseburger. Well, didn't you? I might have. I can't believe you didn't tell me. Oh come on, like you tell me everything. Town, please. When he leave town, you stay in your pajamas. Town, pajamas.
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 Pajamas. Pajamas.
Pajamas. For a month. Pajamas. You were totally in love with the guy. Okay, I want to really can't. Say that back. Say that back. Okay. Too quick to criticize people. To criticize people. You will approve. You will approve. Will approve. Okay, I'll say that. I'll say it. Okay. I want to see that. Will approve. Too quick to criticize people. Criticize. Too quick to criticize people. Say that back again.
You're welcome.
Too quick to criticize people. Say phrase that back again.
Too quick to criticize people. See reason. They are back again.
Yeah. You can do that. Say phrase. A phrase. They're back again. Say that. Say phrase that back. They are. Okay. You're judgmental. Yeah, I'm judgmental. true. cheeseburger. Okay, let's count. I have to count. Have a rest.
We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item within a local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with My Simon and Bigway, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and NextTag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison, everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that. He said, what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time, you do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing, and then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seemed contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, it's the Buddhist saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take 2 made-up estimates and you multiply them together and you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data, you don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. you're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust, that the market values? Like that alone, those two variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was, avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is, it's back to Scott Adams' systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're weeding out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody, and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied in? Is it true in my context? And then do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carved for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship, or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite, you have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, yeah, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would leave on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love, these things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work his marriage or whatever his relationship is, and his internal
like that was 10 blocks from here. That was 10 blocks from here. And the woman and the woman and the woman I was walking and the woman was walking around at night. I would never do that, Mom. Come on, stop worrying. This is a safe street. This is a safe building. There is nothing. Oh my God. This is a safe street. This is a safe building. There is nothing. Oh my God. What are you doing? What are you doing here, Mom? What are you doing? Mom, I'm coming. What are you doing? What are you doing here? Mom, I gotta go. Oh my God. Okay, that's fine. You just wear the paper. I'm gonna get. You just read the paper. I'm gonna get a pot. It's not for you. It's not for you. Oh, that's fine. Okay. It's not for you. Okay. Oh my God, not for you. Oh my God. Oh, open your bag. Okay, that's fine. Where's the family circus? Family circus. Okay, that's fine. Where's the family circus? Enjoy the gentle comedy. Not Somerset nature. Enjoy the gentle comedy. Oh my God. It's open your eyes. Hey. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm looking for baby. Does she still live here? No, she's not. But I can get her message. Great. To tell her husband stop that. For what? Hey, how do you do that? This is unbelievable. How can you be married? Well, I mean, I'm not married. You know, he was just a friend and his pig, and was from Canada, and was from Canada, and he just needed a green card. I can't believe you're married. Something. I mean, how could you not tell me? How could you not tell me? We need to together. We told each other. Sorry, Martha. But I knew if I told you, you'll get very like judgmental, and you will not approve. Of course, I won't approve. I mean, you were totally in love with this guy. I mean, you were totally in love with this guy too. I mean, you were totally in love with this guy too. No, okay. I mean, what the hell? What the hell were you thinking? What the hell were you thinking? And you thought she would be judgmental. And you thought she would be judgmental. Okay, I wasn't in love with him, and I was just helping out a friend. Please. When he left town, you stayed. Please, when he left town, you stayed in your pajamas. Please, when he left town, you stayed in your pajamas for a month, and I saw you eat a cheeseburger. and I saw you eat a cheeseburger. Well, didn't you? I might have. I can't believe you didn't tell me. I can't believe you didn't tell me. I can't believe you didn't tell me. Oh, come on. Like you tell me everything. I can't believe you. I can't believe you didn't tell me. I can't believe you didn't tell me. Oh, come on. Like you tell me everything. Circus. You tell me everything. Circus. Entertainment. Or group. Family circus. Family circus. Okay, that's why read the family circus. Enjoy the gentle comedy. Enjoy the gentle comedy. Oh. Enjoy the gentle comedy. Oh, that's fine. Read the family circus. Enjoy the gentle comedy. Oh my God. Gentle comedy.
Gentle.
Calm. Kind. Word soft. Okay. I'm going to come. This is unbelievable, Faith. How can you be married? What have I not told you? What have I not told you? I don't know. I don't know. How about the fact that the underwear out there on the telephone pole is yours? From when she were having sex with some Bobby on the terrace? What? Underwear. Pole. Stick. Pole. No. I don't know. Well, how about the fact that the underwear out there on the telephone pole. Telephone pole. Underwear. I didn't know. Underwear out there on the telephone pole is yours from when you were having sex with fun Bobby on the terrace. From when you were having sex with fun Bobby on the terrace. Terrace. Young time terrace. Round. Telephone pole. House. Terrace. What? It means who told you? You are dead meat. Meat. Dead meat. I didn't know it. I didn't know it was a big secret. Oh, it's not big, not at all. No, kind of on the same lines. Look here, on the same lines. Kind of smile. Say, I don't know, have a third nipple. Third nipple. You have a third nipple on the same lines as on the same lines. On the same lines. On the same lines. Kind of on the same line that say, I don't know, have a third nipple. You have a third nipple. You bitch. Whip it out. 9. Whip down, whip. Why that? What making? Whip down. Sweat. Swept it out. Yeah. No, come on. There is nothing to say. There's teeny bump. It's total useless. Teeny bump. Huh? Bump. Yeah. To have something with force. Bump. No, come on. There's nothing to say. It's just a teeny bump. It's total useless. Oh, as opposed. Different. Completely different. As the view of the situation is diametrically opposed to mine. as opposed to your other multifunction label. As opposed, completely different as opposed to its other multifunctional labels. Third level. Having several different uses. Multifunctional.
Multifunctional.
Multifunctional labels. Okay, having several different uses. As opposed. Completely different. As opposed, completely different. As opposed to your other multifunctional labels. I can't believe you. You told me it was a novel. What is that? Nothing. I have been here. As opposed to your other multifunctional labels. As opposed multifunctional labels. It's totally useless. I can't believe it told me it was an oven. Joey, what did you think an oven was? I don't know. You say something, you hear a word. I thought that's what I was. Let me say it again. Yeah. Show us your lovin'. Joy was in a poor movie. Poor movie. Nothing. Horror movie. June was in a problem. If I'm going down, I'm taking everybody with me. Oh my God, you were important. Alright. I was young and I just wanted a job, okay? But I did not mean it. I couldn't go through with it. So then let me be the guy who come in to fix. So then let me be the guy who comes in to fix the copier, but can't because there's people having sex on it. Copier. copy. Okay. Because we have 6. Oh wow. That is wild. That is wild. That is wild. So what's the shape like? Yeah. Is there hair? Why the shape? Is there hair on it? What happens if you flick it? What happens if you flick it? Flick it. To move or have something with a short movement. What happens if you flick it? What happens if you flick it? What happens if you flick it? Flick it. Okay. So while the last minute I couldn't go through it. So then let me be the guy who comes in to fix the copier, but I can't because there's the people having sex on it. Oh wow, that is wild. To move or have something. Boom, break it. Wow, not uncontrolled, violent or extreme. So, does it do anything special? Well, yes, Ross. Press my third nipple opens the never enters to the magic land of Narnia. Okay, I'm hungry. I was hungry. The act of taking goods into packaging. Never. A door to the magic land. Yeah, press master level, open the the act of taking goods into packaging. To open or door gate by which you can enter a building place. To the magical land. never and they never enters to the magical land of area. No, in some culture, having third level is actually a sign of virality. You get the best hearts, and the women dance like around you. Variety. Man, okay. Authority is actually the sign of variety. The sign of variety. Sign of variety. You get the best hearts. What do you mean? The better hearts. Instead of a small, simple building usually consisting of one room. Hearts. Okay, best the hearts. And the woman dance naked. Dance naked around you. Or any of this culture perchance in the tri-state area. Now, you are so amazing. Is there anything we don't know? Oh, you're so smart. That's so special. 여기는 없이 진짜. Make it around you. Okay. No dress. No clothes. With body. Clothes, body. In the I have a culture perchance. Twice the area. Perchance by. Is culture perchance. Twice the area. Any of this cultural perchance in the tri-state area, you are so amazing. Is there anything you don't know? Doing it so smart, doing it so special. Doing so smart, doing so special. Next around you.
Wow, this is
pretty
wonderful,
pretty
huh?
wonderful,
Mr.
huh?
Major
This is
Capades
a
guy.
good.
I remember when you were just like King's Friday, Mr. Rogers' Ice is nice.
You always said I'd make it.
Yeah, well, kind of spooky that way.
Okay.
I missed you.
Oh,
I'm gonna get changed.
okay. Oh, right, okay. Ole. matador?
The man. Man.
Oh, name.
Wait, can you hold this for a second? Thanks.
Julie? Yeah. Sorry, you had a paleontologist on your face. But it's gone now. You're all right.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to thank you for a little talk before.
Oh, God, no problem. So you're going to go with the waiting thing?
Well, I was going to, but after I talked to you, I talked to Joey.
What did he say?
Basically, he told me to get over myself and just do it. You know? So I thought about what you said, and I thought about what he said, and well, his way I get to have sex tonight. So.
What is this in my pocket? Why, it's Joey's porno movie.
Pop it in.
I'm fine with it. I mean, if you're okay watching a video filled with two nipple people.
Hey, people having sex. That's just what I need to see.
What's wrong with people having sex?
Well, you know, these movies are offensive and degrading to women and females, and the lighting's always unflattering. And Monica, help me out here. Hell, I want to see Joey.
So, is there like a story, or do they just start doing it right? Oh, never mind.
Okay, now wait a minute. That is the craziest typing test I've ever seen.
All I say is, she better get the job.
Looks to me like he's the one getting the job.
Hey, here I come. Here I come. See, I'm coming to fix the copier. I can't get to the copier. I'm thinking, what do I do? What do I do? So I just watch them have sex. And then I say, wait, here's my line. You know, that's bad for the paper tray.
Very smart, my friend.
Thank you. Wait. You see me again. Hang on, the guy's butt's blocking me. There I am. There I am. There I am.
So what's up? You came to see me yesterday.
Oh, yeah, all right.
A chance.
I kind of need a divorce.
Oh, okay. How come?
Actually, I'm getting married again.
What?
Oh, God, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm straight. Yeah, I know.
I don't understand. I don't understand. How can you be straight? You're so smart and funny, and you throw such great Academy Award parties.
I know. That's what I kept telling myself, but you just reach a point where you can't live a lie anymore.
So how long have you known?
Well, I guess on some level I always knew I was straight. But I thought I was supposed to be something else. You know, I'm an ice dancer. All my friends are gay. I was just trying to fit in.
And there's actually a woman?
Her name's Deborah.
Her name is Deborah.
Well, is she the first that you've been with?
Well, I've never told you this, but there were one or two times back in college when I'd get really drunk, go to a straight bar and wake up with a woman next to me. But I told myself it was the liquor, and everyone experiments in college.
Sure.
But now I know I don't have a choice about this. I was born this way.
I don't know what to say. I mean, you know, you're married to someone for 6 years and you think you know him, and then one day he says, "Oh, I'm not gay."
I'm still me.
Why couldn't you just have figured this out 6 years ago? You know it still smells like monkey in there?
That saves us the conversation.
Well, listen,
That's
it's been
the
great, but I'm officially white. Me too. We should go.
No! No, I mean, no! Come on, you guys! Come on, look, it's only 11:30. Let's just talk. We never just hang out and talk anymore. Rachel, that's all we do. Maybe that's all we do. What about you?
What about Julie?
Well, you have been in our lives for nearly 2 months now, and we don't really know you. I mean, who is Julie? I mean, what do you like? What don't you like? We want to know everything.
Well, that could take a while.
So? I mean, who here does not have the time to get to know Julie?
I got the time to get to know Julie. I got time.
Rich, I know what Can I go? Okay, Julie, so now let's start with your childhood. What was that like?
Well, in a nutshell.
So, have you told your parents?
No, but it'll be okay. They're pretty cool. My brother's straight, so.
Here you go. You know what? I just have one more question. If you had figured this out sooner, do you think that I would have been the one who? That's right. Don't tell me. I don't think either answer would make me feel better. So, here.
I love you, Phoebe.
Bye.
So your brother's straight, huh? Seriously.
And my second grade teacher was Miss Thomas. And my first grade teacher was Mrs. Cobb.
Mrs. Gobb?
Cobb, like Cobb salad.
Now, what exactly is in a Cobb salad?
I'm going home. Julie's a talker.
Good night.
So, it's pretty late. You're probably not still planning on.
Oh, no, I am.
Oh. Hey, are you nervous?
No, I have done it before.
Okay. I mean, how are you going to handle it? Are you going to talk about it beforehand? Are you just going to pounce?
I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna see what happens. You know?
Okay. Good luck.
What? What?
Nothing. I mean, it is your first time with her, and if the first time doesn't go well, well then that's pretty darn hard to recover from.
Okay, now I'm nervous.
Maybe you should put it off.
No, I don't want to put it off. I spent last year being so unbelievably miserable, and now I'm actually happy. Really happy. I just don't I don't want to mess it up.
I don't want to mess
it
up. No, I don't want to mess it up. No. No.
Not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I think. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that. And that's what How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha. And they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. And that's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweetstorm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationships. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from the cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, there are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you.
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company. But this would be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do. Because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. Because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you're literally becoming dumber by reading them. You're burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I like, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself.
I know. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
Right. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. I mean, maybe you were on the right track with the whole, spontaneous thing. Women really like that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, if it were me, I'd want you to, catch me off guard. Really good kiss. Really sort of soft at first. And then maybe push the hair away from my forehead. Or into my eyes. In a way that lets me know something amazing. And I don't know, then you pull me really close to you so that I'd be pressed up, right against you. And it would get kind of sweaty and blurry. And then it's just happening.
Thanks, Frank. Good night.
Oh, God.
Twice. Flip the kiss. Okay. But when who told you? You are dead meat. I didn't know it. I didn't know it was a secret. Oh, it's not big. No. It's not big. No. Oh, it's not big. I didn't know it was a secret. Oh, it's not big. Not at all. No, and on the same lines. No, kind of on the same line. No, kind of on the same lines. Say, I don't know. I will third nipple. We have a third nipple. You know, kind of on the same lines. Say, I don't know. I will third nipple. We have a third nipple. You bit. Okay, now. Web, up and down. Web out. Yeah. No, it's not to say. It's just a time bomb. It's just a time bomb. It's total useless. Oh, as opposed to your other mode functional efforts. Or as opposed to your other most functional efforts. As opposed to something different. As opposed to your other most functional efforts. Can you easily told me it was nothing? Joey, what did you think nothing was? Joey, what did you think nothing was? I don't know. You see something, you hear a word. I thought that's what I was. I thought that's what I was. Let me say that again. Yeah. She was nothing. Let me say it again. Yeah, she was nothing. Joey was formal. She was nothing. Okay, I believe you told me you was nothing. Joey, what do you think another was? I don't know. You say something. I don't know. You say something. You hear a word. I thought that's what I was. I don't know. You say something. You hear a word. I thought that's what I was. Let me say it. Yeah. She offered nothing. There was no problem. If I'm doing something, I'm talking everybody. If I'm doing something, I'm taking everybody with me. Oh my God, you were important. Oh my God, you were important. Alright. I was young and I wanted a job, okay? But I did not to me. I couldn't go through it. I couldn't go through it. So they let me be the guy who comes in to fix the copy. So they let me be the guy. maybe the guy who comes in to fix the culture, but can't because the people having sex on it. Oh wow, that is wow, extremely uncomfortable. So, what is shift like? What's in shift like? Yeah. Is there a hair on it? Yeah. Is there a hair on it? What happens if you flick it? What happens if you flick it? Flick it. What happens if you flick it? 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 Oh. Wow. That is wow. So, what's it shape like? Yeah. There are yarns. So try to do anything, So start with anything, special. Well, yes, once press master level opens the never enters to the nine of an area. Memory. Okay, enters. Gate. Door gate to the imagination area. In some cultures, having a third level is actually a sign of the run. I thought. In some cultures, having a third level is actually a sign of the run. You got the best house. You got the best house and the women dance and women. And the women dance make the wrong tree. And the women dance make the wrong tree. Or any of the cultures perchance in the tri-state area. Any of the cultures perchance area. You are so sweet. You are so amazing. Is there anything you don't know? Oh, you're so smart. You are so amazing. Is there anything you don't know? Oh, you're so smart. You're so special. Ah. You are so amazing. Is there anything you don't know? Oh, you're so smart. You're so special. Is there anything you don't know? Oh, perchance. Maybe, smart maybe. By change possible. By change possible. Oh, by change possible. Different company. As different to you, as different as opposed completely different, as opposed to your other multifunctional labels. The neighboring entrance. Abactive. The act of taking goods. The act of taking goods. Networks. The act of taking goods. Network packages. People's houses or places of work. The act of taking goods, networks, packages to people's houses or places. What happens if you select that? What happens if you select it? What happens if you select it? Or your pajama in your pajama for months. Or he never enters in the area. to the magic land of area. You know, in some cultures, having a third level is actually a sign of variety. You get the best. You got the best hearts and women.
Woman.
Women. Okay, women dance next around you. Any of the culture perchance in this tri-state area, you are so amazing. You know anything you don't know. Okay, look, honey. I want you. Okay, look, honey, I want you to hook up with Ross as much as hook up. I want you to hook up with Ross as much as we did. But his was burned out. You're just gonna have to get over it. You're just gonna have to get over it. Okay. Okay, I want you to hook up with Russ as much as you did. But he's with her now. You're just gonna have to get over it. Oh, I'm going to have to get over it. But he's with her now. You're just gonna have to get over it. Oh, I'm going to have to get over it. God, I didn't know that was I had. That I didn't know that's what I had to do. I had to do. So I did. Cool. Fascinating. Okay. Fascinating. Well, I'm going to have to get over it. Because I didn't know that. I didn't know. Okay, but for now, I just have to go over it. You're just fascinating.
Sassy.
Fascinating. Or two. Why that? Fascinating. Fascinating. Where are you going? I'm gonna go with Duncan. I'm gonna go with Duncan. He's skating right at the garden with the naked pigs. He's skating. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna go meet Duncan. He's skating right at the garden. He's in the carpet. I'm gonna go meet Duncan. He's skating right at the garden. He's in the carpet. Skating. Skate. He's skating to that at the garden. He's in the carpet. That's case? No, the grab case. I'm gonna go meet Duncan. I'm gonna go meet Duncan. He's getting better at the garden. He's skating to that at the garden. He's in the carpet. It's in the carpet. capades. Why is that? It's in the capades. It's in the capades. Capades. It's in the capades. Why is that? Capades. Escapades. The activity works for. Now the activity works sports are moving on skate. The activity works sport are moving on skates. As screenplay. Okay, I'm gonna go meet Duncan. He's getting to that at the garden, at in the capades. That's capades? No, the grab capades. No, the grab capades. Capades. The turn armed and front. Grab capades. Now grab capades. Now grab. Small round stone often mixed with sand. A gravel path. That's capades. The gravel path. The turns aren't at first, but when Snoopy falls, fine. The turned up at first, but when Snoopy falls. Grab capades. Snoopy falls. But when Snoopy falls. The turns out at first, but when Snoopy falls. Funny. I can't believe you're dressed up for him. I can't believe you're dressed up for him. I can't believe you're dressed up for him. I mean, just you're sitting. Just you're sitting yourself up all over again. Okay, now. I can't believe you're dressed for. Okay, no. For your information, I'm going to say here, so I can put all those feelings behind me. I'm going to sing here, so I can put all those feelings behind me. I can put all those feelings behind me. And the reason I'm dressed like this is because I think it's nice to look nice for your gay husband. Darn it. Where are out of the milk? Darn it. Snoopy fall. Fine. To repair a hole or a piece of clothing with stitched across the hole and other stitches across the to repair a hole or a piece of clothing with non-stitched across the hole and other stitches across the. And the reason I'm dressed like this, and the reason I'm dressed like this. Darn it. Repair a hole or a piece of clothing with non-stitched across the hole. Darn. Snoopy. Why then? Darn it. We're out of milk. Hey, Kendra, what you fill you up here? What you fill me up here? Oh, I said because of the third represent. As waiting. I'll see you later. Bye bye. See you later, Rich. Bye bye, Julie. Hey, you're gonna cut it out. Oh, come on, cut it out. Cut it out. Come on, cut it out. Hey, what? Can I ask you something? Sure. What? Come on, talk to me. Okay. What's the noun you've been in a relationship before or having sex? What's the noun is you've been in a relationship before having the sex? Sexy. Then it's six. Okay. Six. Okay, six. Is that right? Six. I mean, not six. Six. Yes, six. Six. Okay.
Six.
Six.
Sex.
Six. 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 Okay. I can understand the difference. Having this six. Having this six. Having six. Well, technical, no. Wow. Is it because she's so cold in bed? Technical. According to okay, not that. According to an exact understanding of rules, facts, technique. According to an exact understanding of rules, facts. Well, technical, no. What do you know? Wow. Is it because she's so cold in bed? Well, is it because she's so cold in bed? Well, is it because she's so cold in bed? Or is it because she's kind of bossy makes it feel like school. Person or bossy person involved in what to do. Bossy. Or is it because she's kind of bossy makes it feel like school. No, she's great, and it's not like I haven't done anything. I mean, we do pretty other stuff, lots of other stuff like plenty. We do plenty. Plenty. Would plenty of other stuff, lots of other stuff, like enough or more than enough, or a not amount, enough or more than enough. This state of having, enough or more than enough, or a not amount, plenty. We do plenty of other stuff, lots of other stuff, like plenty, enough or more than enough, or a not amount, or a not amount. Oh, jeez. Oh no, she's great, and it's not like we haven't done anything. I mean, we do plenty of other stuff, lots of other stuff, like lesbian. Look, gravel skating track in the at the garden, in the pit. No, the graph page. Yeah, they turned out as fast, but when Snoopy falls. Funny. have the rest.
That make money is evil, and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code, and where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I can point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network. And then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, or you would be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies, so you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair. And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing deals through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you.
Do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about, like, name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they've held, like, normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I held a bunch of menial jobs. There were people who had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so it forced me to learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really, but it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind, and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities. But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there, and I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and I had to hang out in the conference room. When the lawyers needed photocopies, I would make photocopies. And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom. But I used to read the Wall Street Journal, or anything that I could get my hands on, I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated. And I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chances of going to law school. And I was unhappy for all of an hour. But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned a catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers this, so it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company, and I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates, and I was out there serving food and drinks to them, and that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what, it's all part of the plan, it's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated and I wouldn't be as successful, so it's all fine. But it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life, but there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage, from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal-agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal-agent problem. Principal in this case is principal with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principal that you follow. It's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner. And an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal-agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you can be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. Because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is and what it
Honey, I want the you I want you to hook up with Ross as much as I did. But he... Okay, what he did with her now. What he did with her now. You just not have to get over it. You coming, I want you to hook up with Ross as much as you did. What he did with her now. You're just gonna have to get over it. Oh, I'm going to have to get over it. God's sake. I didn't know that's what I have to do. Oh, I'm going to have to get over it. God's sake. I didn't know. That's what I have to do. Oh, I'm going to have to get over it. God's sake. I didn't know that's what I had to do. That's good. I didn't know that's what I have to do. I just have to get over it. Oh, fascinating. All right, Clayton. I'm going to get Duncan. He's going to not be recording having the capades. I'm gonna go with Duncan. His game to that recording is the capades. The escapades, no, the grab capades, yeah. The turned arm are faster. Yeah, the turned arm are faster, but when Snoopy falls, funny. The escapades, no, the grab capades, yeah. The turned arm are faster, but when Snoopy falls, funny. I can't believe your dress up. I can't believe your dress up. Just you're setting yourself up all over again. I can't believe your dress up for him. I can't believe your dress up for him. Just you're setting yourself up all over again. I can't believe your dress up for him. Just you're setting yourself up all over again. Okay, now for your information. Okay, now for information, I'm going to for information. Okay, no. For information, I'm going to say so I can put all the for information, I'm going to say so I can put all those. So I can put all those waiting behind me. For information, I'm going to say so I can put all those waiting. So I can put all those waiting that behind me. Okay, now. For information, I'm going to say so I can put all those behind me. I can put all of those feelings behind me. So I can put all of those feelings behind me. So I can put all those things. And really I can dress like this. And the really I can and the way I'm dressed like this, and the way I'm dressed like this is because I think it's nice to look nice for each other. Oh, darn it. Oh, darn it. Oh, darn it. We are out of milk. We're out of milk. Hey Chandler, what you fill me up here? Hey Chandler, what you fill me up here? Hey Chandler, what you fill me up here? Oh, I see. Because of this third level thing. Because of this third level thing. Yes, waiting. Waiting. Hey, sweetie, I'll see you later. Hi, sweetie, I'll see you later. Bye. See you later. Wait. See you later. Wait. Hi, sweetie, I'll see you later. Bye. See you later. Wait. Bye. Wait. Hey, come on. Cut it off. Hey, what? Can I ask you something? Sure. Ask me something. Sure. What? Come on. Talk to me. Come on, talk to me. Okay. What's the nice that you've been in a relationship before? I've been in six. Why? Why not? Why? Who's not are you? Who's not? Are you do not having sex? Well, technically. No. What's the nice that you've been in a relationship before? Having sex. Who's not are you and do not? Are you and do not having sex? Well, technically no. Wow, you did because she's so cold in bed. You did it because she's so cold in bed. Or because she's kind of bossing you to feel like school, or because she's kind of bossing makes it feel like school, or because wow, either because she's so cold in bed, or because she's kind of bossing makes it feel like school. No. She's great, and it's not. She's great, and she's great, and it's not like we haven't done anything. I mean, we do plenty of other stuff. Lots of other stuff. Like no. She's great, and it's not like we haven't done anything. I mean, we do plenty of other stuff. Lots of other stuff. Like, wow, is it because she's so cold in bed? Wow. Is it because Wow, is it because he's so cool in bed? Wow. Is it because she's so cool in bed? Or is it because he's so cool in bed? It's written. I'll see you later. iPad. See you later. Rich. iPad. Tuning. Hey, come on. Cut it out. Hey, come on. Cut it out. Hey, what? Can I ask you anything? Can I ask you something? Sure. What? We feel like school relationship. Darn it. We are out of milk. Hey Chandler, what you fill me up here? Oh, actually because of this third level thing. Skin to that at the garden. He's in the capades. The escapades. No, the graphics. No, the graphics. The term. It turned out as fast invented. They turned out as fast, but with Snoopy funny. I can't believe you dress up for him. I mean, just you're sitting. Just you're setting yourself up all over again. Okay, no. For information. Okay, for information. Oh no, for information. Oh, for information. I'm going to say.
I'm going to see him so I can put all those feelings behind me. Okay, and the reason I dress like this is because I think it's nice to look nice for your gay husband. You're setting yourself up all over me. Okay, no.
So now off way, okay? You're setting yourself up. I can't believe you just say. For information, I'm going to say here, so I can put all those things behind me. Yeah, like that. Information. I'm going to say for information. Okay, no. This is the thing I feel. I can believe you just. I can believe you're dressing up for him. You're setting yourself up. You're setting yourself up all over again. Okay, now. For your information, I'm going to say him. For your information, I'm going to say him, so I can put all those feelings behind me. Put all those feelings behind me. Okay. Like this. All those feelings behind me. 4点钟6，完多少？3也没问题，但是7、8。 For information, I can put those all feelings.
Okay. Problem is, what I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is, you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiated in such a way that you got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with a principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent who's way deep down thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal-agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal-agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal-agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just to say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is, don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates, if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand? Because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you have 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion. Versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having your reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to zero. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
It's a game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in a book called Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person and smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where will we meet? What is the big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably in New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have two companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that this is a tweet that I had. Negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation at the end of the day is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person and they're taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice in what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move, expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need two different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into two projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have 3 friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect, especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was a good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, "I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote." Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the underrealized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week. You're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. But what it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide them. It's just the rich person is willing to pay. So give them little things they get extra, either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administrations, monitor everything that's going on, you suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a price product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets, even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee cost $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be $1 trillion company, but I'll bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what it's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. what you'll end up with is a price that is worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised a round at $10 million, then that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing. Your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there's an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution and return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor, where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably wouldn't have the motivation to make money in the first place. But if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. Warren Buffett went and tried to work for Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and then Graham said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career to work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out. Or it's a field that's very circumstantial, where the details really matter, and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come up in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs them to do. And in many cases, they're way overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the stress and drama, theatrics, innovation, and knowledge that can really come from being next to the entrepreneur. Because the entrepreneur is willing to do anything and everything to make their company successful, and the chief of staff is coming with them on learning. Now, obviously, this is very Silicon Valley-centric tech company advice. If you are currently stuck in a normal job and you don't have the opportunity to learn an apprenticeship model and you need to make money, then go ahead and do that job. But even within the context of that job, try to be innovative, sign up to take on new challenges and new responsibilities, find the part of the job that has the steepest learning curve. What you're really trying to avoid is repetitive drudgery. Repetitive drudgery doesn't serve anybody. Then you're essentially just counting the time until your job is automated away. Even if you're a barista at a coffee shop, try to figure out how to make connections with the customers. Try to figure out how to innovate on what you're offering them in your basic service and delight the customer. And what will happen is managers, founders, owners, they notice. The hardest thing for any founder is to find people who will work with them who have founder mentality. And that's just a fancy way of saying they care enough. And when most people will say, well, I'm not the founder, I'm not being paid enough to care. Actually, you are. The knowledge and the skills that you gain by having founder mentality set you up to be a founder down the line, and it pays you in that sense. You can get a lot out of almost any position. You just have to put a lot into it.
If I'm working a job and I want to figure out if I should get accountability, judgment, specific knowledge, leverage, it sounds like you're saying the one thing to optimize for is specific knowledge out of all those things if you can.
Judgment takes experience, it takes a lot of time to build up. You have to put yourself in positions where you can exercise judgment that will come from taking on accountability. Leverage is something that society gives you much later once you've demonstrated your judgment, unless you learn a code or you become good with media. These are permissionless leverage. Leverage kind of comes later, judgment comes later. Accountability you can take on immediately. You can say, hey, I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take charge of. So accountability is where you can step up, but then you're publicly putting your neck on a chopping block. So you have to deliver. Specific knowledge gets built up by taking on accountability for things that other people don't know how to do, and that perhaps you enjoy doing or you're naturally inclined towards doing. You could be working in a factory, and it may turn out that the hardest thing in the factory is knowing how to raise capital to keep the factory running. And that's what the owner of the factory is always stressed out about. And if you notice this and you're like, I'm good at balancing my checkbook, and I'm good at hit for numbers, and I'm good at watching money, but I haven't really raised money before, you offer your help and become the owner's sidekick in that regard. You help solve their biggest problem. You'll become the heir apparent. Early on, find things where you have any interest and take on accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. If you dive into the edge of knowledge, which nobody knows how to solve, and you solve the hard problems, taking on accountability, people will line up behind you. The leverage will come.
There were a couple other related tweets to this topic from the cutting room floor that I'll read out. First, the technology industry is a great place to acquire specific knowledge. The frontier is always moving forward. If you are genuinely intellectually curious, you will acquire the knowledge ahead of others.
Real technology is around us everywhere. The spoon was technology once. Fire was technology once. But once we figured out how to make it work, it disappeared in the background and became part of our everyday lives. So technology is by definition the intellectual frontier. It's taking the things that are recent from science or from culture that we have not yet figured out how to mass produce, and it's figuring out how to commercialize it, how to make it available to everybody. So technology will always be where you can pick up specific knowledge that's valuable to society that doesn't quite understand yet. For example, if I become a world-class expert in machine learning, just when machine learning is starting to take off, and I got there through my genuine intellectual interest, I bet my career on it, I'm going to do really well. But 20 years from now, machine learning may be second hat. There are also timeless forms of specific knowledge. For example, if you're good at persuading people, it's probably a skill that you picked up early on in life. It's always going to apply because persuading people is always going to be valuable. This is one of those skills that's generic and probably alone is not enough to build a career on. It needs to be combined with a skill set. You might combine persuasion with accounting, combined with understanding, for example, semiconductor production. Now all of a sudden, you're the best semiconductor salesperson that becomes the best semiconductor company CEO. There are timeless specific knowledge skills. Those are skills I would say that can pretty much never be taught. And then there are timely specific knowledge skills which come and go, but even those tend to have fairly long shelf lives, a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. So technology is just a good place to find those specific skill sets. And if you can bring in a more generic specialized knowledge skill sets.
The other tweet from the cutting room floor was related to accountability in companies. It said, companies don't know how to measure outputs, so they measure inputs instead. Work in a way that your outputs are visible and measurable. If you don't have accountability, do something different.
The entire structure of rewarding people comes from the agricultural and industrial age, where your inputs and your outputs matched up very closely. The amount of hours that you put into doing something was a good, rough proxy for what kind of output you're going to get. Today, it's extremely nonlinear. One good investment decision can make a company $10 or $100 million. One good product feature can be the difference between product market fit and complete failure. So judgment and accountability matter much, much more. And you want the accountability because sometimes the best engineers or the best salespeople are the ones who don't work very hard, but then they'll ship that one critical product at just the right time, or they'll make that one huge sale or that one huge deal that will make the company or at least make the numbers for the quarter. It's very important that people are able to tell that you had a role in that. That doesn't mean that you stomp all over your team. Humans are extremely sensitive to people who take too much credit. So you do want to be the kind of person that is always giving out credit. But the smart people will know who was responsible. There are jobs where you're not customer facing, where you're kind of a cog in the machine, and you sacrifice accountability to some degree. An example is when you're a consultant. As a consultant, often you're giving the best ideas and the best outcome, but it's being delivered through some person who's working within the organization. At that point, you may not have visibility to the top people in the organization. You may be hidden behind a screen, and that's just a trade-off that you're making in exchange for your independence as a consultant, because you're not willing to play the corporate rat race or the corporate ladder game. Realize that with accountability, you can get a lot more credit when things go right. Of course, the downside is you get hurt a lot more when things go wrong. You stick your neck out, you have to be willing to be blamed, sacrificed, and even attacked. So if you're the kind of person that thrives in a high accountability environment, you're naturally also going to end up very thick-skinned over time. You're going to get hurt a lot. People are going to attack you if you fail.
If you're working a job, I think you can apply a lot of the principles of the tweet storm inside the job, like we just discussed, including other ones like partnering with rational optimists. You can find people in the organization who are optimistic and rational, that have energy, integrity, and intelligence. And the flip side of this is that once you get some specific knowledge, one way to scale it is to start training apprentices that you can then outsource some of your tasks to.
For example, I made a bunch of good investments and I figured out a little bit here and there about the venture business. And I could keep doing that. I could keep just investing as an investor. But instead, I co-founded this project called Spearhead, where we train up-and-coming young founders to also become angel and venture investors. And we give them a checkbook. It's an apprenticeship model. They come to us with specific deals that they're looking at. We help them think through every situation. And we basically apprentice them under us to learn the venture business, and it's much more scalable. We have classes and talks where we kind of tell them what we know, and then there are office hours when they actually bring in the deals and they talk to us about specific deals. And it turns out the classes and talks are largely worthless. You can give all the generic advice you need to give in about an hour, and then after that, all the additional advice is so circumstantial that it essentially cancels to zero if you try to give it in some top-down fashion. But the office hours are incredibly useful. It just reinforces that this is one of those skills that can only be learned on the job. And when you find a skill that can only be learned on the job by doing it, that is a good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge. Another good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge is when you ask the person doing it, what do you do every day? And they can't give you a straight answer, or if it's something along the lines of well, every day is different based on what's going on, that's a good indicator you're learning specific knowledge. The thing is so complicated and it's so dependent upon circumstances that it can't be boiled down to a textbook or communicated by a make money consultant.
The mafia figured out this apprenticeship model a long time ago. The best way to end up running one of the families was to become the driver for the dawn of one of the families.
It's a complicated business. Tony Soprano said, I'm a businessman who has to enforce my own contracts. Very complicated business.
Naval from his Twitter account, and we're going to be talking about his epic tweet storm on how to get rich without getting lucky. We're going to go through most of the tweets in detail, give Naval a chance to expand on them, and just generally riff on the topic. He'll probably throw in some ideas that he hasn't even published before. You know Naval from his Twitter account. He's also the co-founder of AngelList and Opinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich tweet storm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, people outside of tech industry, people in all walks of life. people do want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone maybe knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it by.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory that is robots that's cranking out things. Wealth is the computer program that's running at night that's serving other customers. Wealth is even money in the bank that is being reinvested into other assets and into other businesses. Even a house can be a form of wealth because you can rent it out, although there's probably a lower use of productivity of the land than actually doing some commercial enterprise. So my definition of wealth is much more businesses and assets that you earn while you sleep. But really the reason you want wealth is because it buys you freedom. So you don't have to wear a tie like a collar around your neck. So you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. and rush to work and sit in commute traffic. So you don't have to waste away your entire life grinding all the productive hours into a soulless job that doesn't fulfill you. So the purpose of wealth is freedom. It's nothing more than that. It's not to buy a boat to drive Ferrari or sail yachts or jet around the world in the Gulf Stream. That stuff gets really boring and really stupid really fast. It's really just so that you are your own sovereign individual. You're not going to get that unless you really want it. And the entire world wants it. And the entire world is working hard at it. And to some extent it is competitive. It's a positive sum game, but there are competitive elements to it. Because there's a finite amount of resources right now in society, and to get the resources to do what you want, you have to stand out. Money is how we transfer wealth. Money is social credits. It is the ability to have credits and debits on other people's time. If I do my job right, if I create value for society, society says, oh, thank you, we owe you something in the future for the work that you did in the past. Here's a little IOU, let's call that money. And that money gets debased because people steal the IOUs, the government prints extra IOUs, people renege on their IOUs. But really what money is trying to do, it is trying to be a reliable IOU for society that you are owed something for something you or someone who gave you the money did in the past. And we can transfer these IOUs around. So really money is how we transfer wealth. There are fundamentally two huge games in life that people play. One is the money game, because money is not going to solve all your problems, but it's going to solve all your money problems. So I think that people know that, they realize that, so they want to make money. But at the same time, many of them deep down believe they can't make it. They don't want any wealth creation to happen. So they sort of virtue signal by attacking the whole enterprise by saying, well, making money is evil and you shouldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to do is they're actually playing the other game, the status game. They're trying to be high status in the eyes of other people watching by saying, well, I don't need money, we don't want money. And that status is just your ranking in the social hierarchy. So wealth is not a zero-sum game. Everybody in the world can have a house. Because you have a house doesn't take away from my ability to have a house. If anything, the more houses that are built, the easier it becomes to build houses, the more we know about building houses, and just the more people that can have houses. So wealth is a very positive sum game. We create things together. We're starting this endeavor to create this, hopefully, piece of art that explains what we're doing. At the end of it, something brand new will be created, a positive sum game. Status, on the other hand, is a zero-sum game. It's a very old game. We've been playing it since monkey tribes, and it's hierarchical. Who's number one? Who's number two?
No, don't need to know the details. That's okay. It's me. No, I've only been with one woman my whole life, and she turned out to be a lesbian. 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 She's no. I've only been with one woman. Okay, with one woman my whole life, and she turned out to be lesbian. A woman who is sexual, a woman who is sexual or romantically attracted to other women and not people of other genders. A woman who is sexual or romantic attracted to other women and not to people of other No, I've only been with one woman my whole life, and she turned out to be a lesbian. So now I've got myself all figured out. So now I've got myself. Figured out. So now I've got myself all figured out. You know, it's become this thing, and you must just think I'm weird. You must just think I'm weird. I've only been with one woman my whole life, and she turned out to be a lesbian. So now I've got myself all figured out. Take that out. Logo.你看到很快就是有时候不对文字。She turned out to be lesbian. So now I've got myself sicked out. I've got myself sicked out. So now I've got myself. It's become like this. And you must just think I'm weird. No. I don't think it's weird. I think. In fact, you think. You know what I think? What? I think it's sexy. Sexy. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there's nothing sexy. There's nothing sexy. I don't think it's weird. Sexy. Okay, nothing sexual. Then a man who does not want to have sex. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexual than a man who does not want to have sex. No kidding. Oh yeah. In fact, you know what I do. I don't know what to say. Than a man who does not want to have sex. In a woman, there is nothing sexual. A woman, there is nothing sexual.
This thing, and I just think I'm weird.
It's weird. I think, but you know what I think?
I think
I think it's sexy.
nothing sexy.
Sexy. Let me tell you something. As a
Okay, something. What do I know?
woman, there is nothing sexy.
Sexy.
Let me tell you something. As a woman,
This is nothing sexy.
there is
Nothing
nothing
sexy.
sexy than a man who does not want to have sex.
Okay, as a woman, there is nothing sexual than a man. There is nothing sexual than a man who does not want to have sex. Okay. Oh yeah. In fact, you know what I do? What? I'll wait. Wait. Yes, absolutely.
In fact, you know what I do? I'd wait.
I'll wait.
Yes, absolutely. I would wait and wait. Yes, absolutely. I would.
Absolutely. Completely. Yes, absolutely. I would wait and wait, then I'd wait some more. Really? Oh yeah. I don't care how much she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she's back. Oh really? Oh yeah. I don't care how much she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she's back. She pleads. She tells you. Okay. I would wait and then I'll wait some more. Really? Oh yeah. I don't care how much she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she's begged. She pleads. She tells you she's gonna have sex with another man. That just means it's work. That just means it's work. That woman really want this. Woman really want this more than touring. More than touring. Needs.
Plead.
Need. Request to make her arrogant, emotional. Most please. She pleads. She tells you she's gonna have sex with another man. That just means it's working. Woman really want this. more than jewelry. Hi, Phoebe. Hi. Hey, look at you. You look great. Do I? Yeah. Thank you. So, do you sparkle?
Hi.
Phoebe!
Ta-da! Hi.
Hi, look at you. You look.
Look at you.
Ta-da! Hi.
Hi, look at
Look at you.
you. Look.
Look at you. Okay. Look at you.
Look at you.
Look at you. Look at. Okay. Look at you. You look great. Do I? Yeah. Thank you. So do you sparkling? Neat. Sparkling. Right. Dinner right. Sparkling. Thin bright with not a small point of light. Thin brightly with not a small point of light. Thin brightly with not a small points of light. Thin brightly with not a small points of light. Sparkling bright. Thin brightly with not a small points of light. Sparkling. Thank you. Yeah. So wow, this is pretty wonderful, huh? Mr. Magic Page. Mr. Magic Page, good guy. I remember when you were just like King Friday in Mr. Rogers' eyes is nice. Yeah, you always said I'd make. You always said I'd make it. You always said I'd make it. Yeah, well, I'm kind of spark. Yeah, well, I'm kind of spooky that way. Who spooky that way? I'm kind of spooky that way. Spooky. Strange and frightened. Yeah, well, I'm kind of spooky that way. Ooh, spooky.
Spooky.
Strange and frightened. Spooky. Strange and frightened. Let's make you feel fair. I'm kind of outspoken that way. Who? Gosh. I miss you. Well, I'm kind of outspoken that way. I remember when you were just like King Friday in Mr. Rogers' eyes is nice. Ice is nice. Yeah, you always said I'd make it. I'm gonna get changed, okay? Now, what? Office. Alright, okay. Name. Matador. So, frightened. Make you feel fair. Frightened. Matador. matador, so matador, the matador. So, name. Wait, can you hold this for a second? Sure. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Thanks. Can you hold it for a second? Spook it out. Doing and writing. No, don't need to know that. Yeah, that's okay. It's me, no? It's me, no. I've only been with one woman. I've only been with one woman. I've only been with one. I've only been with one woman my whole life, and this turned out to be a lesbian. So now I've got myself all sector out. So now I've got myself all sector out. It's been like this thing, and you must be think kind of weird. So I've got Google. So now I've got myself all set up, It's become like this. I've got myself all set out, It become like this thing, and you must be this thing, and you must be this thing kind of weird. You must just think kind of weird. No, I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird. In fact, you know what I think? What? I think it's sexy. I think it's sexy. Let me tell you something. As a woman, there is nothing sexual in a man who does not want to have sex. Okay? Oh yeah. In fact, you know what I do? In fact, you know what I do? Wait. What? Wait. Yeah, I will wait and wait. Then I will come here. Oh yeah. I don't care how much you tell you want it. I don't care if it's bad means that you tell you she's going to have sex with another man. That just means it's working. That just means it's working. Women really want this. Women really want this. More than do it. 太费他的 Hi. Look at you, look great, right? Yeah, thank you. So do you. Sparkling. Thanks. Yeah. So now this is the great one for Mr. Major Pace guy. I remember when you were just like a King Friday. Mr. Rogers' ass is nice. Yeah, you always said I'd make it. You always said I'd make it. Yeah, well, I'm kind of outspoken that way. I'm kind of outspoken that way. Ooh, God, I miss you. God, I miss you. I'm gonna get you, okay? Now, what? Fits. Alright, okay. Only what? The man door. So, oh man. Sweetie, can you hold on this for a second? Yeah, sure, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Major Capace guy.
Mr. Major Capace guy. Mr. Major Capace. Okay, this is wonderful. This is pretty wonderful. It's promising.
I remember when you were just looking like King Friday
and Roger Ice is nice. Yeah.
You always said I'd make it.
Yeah, well, kind of.
I'm kind of spooky that way. I'm kind of spooky. I'm kind of spooky that way. Who?
Spooky that way.
I missed you.
God, I missed you.
I missed you.
God, I missed you. God, I missed you. God, I missed you. It's a Major Capace guy. Sweetie, can you hold on this for a second? Sure. Thanks. Mr. Major Capace, member of the Mr. Major Capace,
Number 3, and for number 3 to move to number 2 has to move out of its line. So status is a zero-sum game. Politics is an example of a status game. Even sports is an example of a status game. To be the winner, there must be a loser. I don't fundamentally love status games. They play an important role in our society, so we figure out who's in charge. But fundamentally, we play them because they're a necessary evil. The problem is on an evolutionary basis that if you go back thousands of years, status is a much better predictor of survival than wealth is. You couldn't have wealth before the farming age, before farmers, because you couldn't store things. Hunter-gatherers carried everything in their backs. So hunter-gatherers lived entirely in status-based societies. Farmers started going to wealth-based societies, and the modern industrial economies are much more heavily wealth-based societies. But there's always a subtle competition going on between status and wealth. For example, when journalists attack rich people or attack the technology industry, they're really bidding for status. They're saying, no, the people are more important, and I, the journalist, represent the people, and therefore I am more important. The problem is that by playing these status games, to win a status game, you have to put somebody else down. That's why you should avoid status games in your life, because they make you into an angry, combative person. You're always fighting to put other people down, to put yourself and the people that you like up. And they're always going to exist, there's no way around it. But just realize that most of the time, when you're trying to create wealth, you're actually getting attacked by someone else. And they're trying to look like a goody two shoes, but really what they're doing is they're trying to up their own status at your expense. They're just playing a different game, and it's a worse game. It's a zero-sum game instead of a positive-sum game. Yeah, I think there's this notion that making money is evil, right? It's like rooted all the way back down to money is the root of all evil. People think that the bankers steal our money. And, it's somewhat true in that in a lot of the world, there's a lot of theft going on already. the time. The history of the world, in some sense, is this predator-prey relationship between makers and takers. There are people who go out and create things and build things and work hard on things, and there are people who come along and think with a sword or a gun or taxes or crony capitalism or communism or what have you. There's all these different methods to steal. Even in nature, there are more parasites than there are non-parasitic organisms. You have a ton of parasites in you who are living off of you, and the better ones are symbiotic and giving something back, but there are a lot that are just taking. That's just the nature of how any complex system is built. But what I am basically focused on is true wealth creation. It's not about taking money, it's not about taking something from somebody else, but it's from creating abundance. Obviously, there's not a finite number of jobs or a finite amount of wealth, otherwise we'll still be sitting on caves, figuring out how to divide up pieces of firewood and, the occasional dead deer. So most of the wealth in civilization, in fact, not most, basically all of it has been created. And it got created from somewhere. It got created from people. It got created from technology. It got created from productivity. It got created from hard work. So this idea that it's stolen is, I think, this horrible zero-sum game that people who are trying to gain status play. But the reality is everyone can be rich. And we can see that by seeing that in the first world, everyone is basically richer than almost anyone who was alive 200 years ago. 200 years ago, nobody had antibiotics, nobody had cars, nobody had electricity, nobody had the iPhone. So all of these things are inventions that have made us wealthier as a species. Today, I would rather be a poor person in a first world country than be a rich person in Louis XIV's France. I'd rather be a poor person today than an aristocrat back then. And that's just because of wealth creation. The engine of technology is science that is applied for the purpose of creating abundance. So I think fundamentally everybody can be wealthy. And the thought experiment I want you to think through is, imagine if everybody had the knowledge of a good software engineer and a good hardware engineer. If you could go out there and you could build robots and computers and bridges and program them. Let's say every human knew how to do that. What do you think society would look like in 20 years? My guess is what would happen is we would build robots, machines, software, and hardware to do everything, and we would all be living in massive abundance. We would essentially be retired in the sense that none of us would have to work for any of the basics. We'd even have robotic nurses, we'd have machine-driven hospitals, we'd have self-driving cars, we'd have farms that are 100% automated, we'd have clean energy. So at that point, we can use the technology breakthroughs to get everything that we wanted. And if anyone is still working at that point, they're working as a form of expressing their creativity. They're working because it's in them to contribute and to build and design things. But I don't think capitalism is evil. Capitalism is actually good. It's just that it gets hijacked. It gets hijacked by improper pricing of externalities. It gets hijacked by improper deals where you basically have corruption or you have monopolies.
Oh, it's milk kids. Why? Can't do that.
You probably don't. Hey, this is Nidhi. You're listening to the Naval Podcast. This is one jump.
Oh. It's milk kids guy. Yeah, sorry. You had mentalist on your face. You had penitalist. Penitalist. Alright, you had the penitalist on your face. Talist on your face. You had talist on your face. You had you had a penitalist. You had penitalist.
Paleontologist.
Paleontologist. Intelligence. Someone who studied the fossils and every getting information about the history of life on Earth. Someone who studied the fossils as a way of getting information about the history of life on Earth. Okay. So you had paleontologist. Sorry, you had paleontologist on your face. Okay. But it's gone now. You're alright. It's alright. Hi everyone. Oh, listen. I wanted to thank you for you talked before. Okay. No problem. So you can go with the. So you can go with these things. Okay. That's my name. Okay. No. What do you say? Basically, what did he say? Basically, he told me to get over myself, and basically he told me to get over myself and just do it. So I thought about what he said, what you said, and I thought about what he said, and well, anyway, I got to have a sex. I got to have a sex tonight. So God. So I thought about what you said and thought about what he said, and well, as when I got to have sex, I got to have sex tonight. So oh God, what is this? What is this? What is in my pocket? What is this in my pocket? Why is Joey's porn moving? Popping. I'm fine with it. I mean, if you were watching an okay video for I mean, if you are okay watching a video for the two leopard people, great. People having sex, that just one. And people having sex, that's just one. That's just what I need to say. What's wrong with people having sex? Well, these movies are offensive and degrading to women and females, and they make it always flattering, and Mark is helping out here. Come on, Joey. 没有问题，然后 offensive, degrading, offensive. Offensive, degrading, offensive. Offensive, degrading, offensive. That's degrading. Causing people to feel that they have no value. Causing people to feel that they have no value. Offensive. Cause offense. Offensive. Paleontologist. Someone who studies fossils as a way of getting information about the history. Offensive. Upsetting. Causing offensive. Offensive. These movies are offensive and degrading. Cause people to feel they have no value and degrading to women. And degrading. Cause people to feel that they have no value. And are offensive and degrading to women and female. And degrading to women and females. And the 19th is always unflattering. Lightly. Not flattering. not flattering, or make somebody look less attractive, or seem worse, or be worse. Okay, or be worse. Or seem worse than usual. Not flattering. Or making someone look less attractive, or seem worse than usual. Not flattering. Or making someone look less attractive, or seem worse than usual. Not flattering. Or making someone. Not flattering. Or not flattering. Or making someone look less attractive, or seem worse than usual. Not flattering. Or making someone look less attractive, or seem worse than usual. Unflattering. And Mark can help me out here. Well, you know these movies are offensive and degrading to women and females, and they the always unflattering, and always unflattering. Make someone look less than better or more attractive than usual. Unflattering. Flattering. Make someone look or seem. Making someone look or seem better or more attractive than usual. A flattering photograph. That's the word flattering. That's the word flattering. Words are flattering. And Monica always help me out here. I want to enjoy. So either like a story or do they just doing it right. So either story or do they just doing it right. Oh, never mind. Okay, wait a minute. That is the craziest. Okay, wait a minute. That is the craziest type test I've ever seen. Typing. That is the craziest typing test I've ever seen. Craziest typing test I've ever seen. Okay, wait a minute. That is the craziest typing test I've ever seen. All I see is she better get the job. All I see is she better get the job. All I see is she better get the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. All I say is she better get the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. All I say is she better get the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. All I see is she better get the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. Here I come. I'm coming to fix the copier. I'm coming to test I've ever seen. Wait a minute. This is the craziest type test I've ever seen. All I say is she better get the job. All I say is she better get the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. Here I come. I'm coming to fix. I'm coming to fix the copier. I can't get to the copier. I'm thinking, what do I do? So I just watching them have sex. So I just watching them have sex, and then I say, wait, hold my line. No, this is bad for the paper trail. Nice work, my friends. Thank you. That's bad for the paper trail. That's bad for the paper trail. That's bad for the paper trail. Paper trail. A flat. That's bad for the paper trail. A flat object too. Usually when the race is used for careful for the paper trail. Wait. You see me again. The guy's butt's blocking. The guy's butt's blocking. The guy's blocking. The guy's butt's blocking. The guy's butt's blocking. Here I am. There I am. Wait. You see me again. Huh? The guy's butt's blocking. The part of I finished the cigarette that has not been smoked. It has not been smoked. Wait. You see me again. The guy's butt's blocking. There I am. Craziest type of test I've ever seen. Craziest.
That's the craziest typing test I've ever seen. All I say is, she better get the job.
Looks to me like he's the one getting.
Not missing. Okay, it's that.
Good job. Here I come. See, I'm coming to fix it.
So I just watched them have sexing, and then I said, wait, here's my line. You know, that's bad for the paper trail. That's bad for the paper. That's bad for the paper trail. Nice work, my friend. Okay, degrading my female. Degrading my female. Okay, you have a I remember when you just like King Friday image.
You were just like King Friday.
King Friday.
Mr. Rogers' ex is nice.
You always said it.
Yeah, well, that's spooky that way.
Can I make? You always said I make. Miss Nasty Night. King Friday. Oh. I remember when you were like King Friday. When Mr. Major Ice is nice. Mr. Roger. What have me?
Sorry, you had a paleontologist.
Oh, sorry. Paying me intelligence on your face. I'm doing it. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, you had okay. Yeah. Sorry, you had intelligence on your face, but it's gone now. You're alright. Hey everyone. Oh, listen. I wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank you for. I wanted to thank you for our little talk oh God, no problem. So you're gonna go with the wedding thing. Oh God, no problem. You're gonna go with the wedding thing. Well, I was going to, but up to you and up to Joe. Well, I was going to, but after I talked to you and I talked to Joe. What did he say? What did he say? Basically, he told me to get over myself and just do it. You know? So about what you said and what he said and well, I got to have the sex tonight. So, God. Why you looking in my pocket? Why? It's your porn movie. Possibly, I'm fine with it. If you are okay, watch a video. But if you are okay, watch a video photo with two nipples. Great. People having sex, that's just what I need to say. Great. So Great. People having sex, that's what I need to say. What's wrong with people having sex? What's wrong with people having sex? Well, these movies are offensive, are degrading to women and females, and the uniting always uniting the world unflattering. And Martin, help me out here. Help. I was Joey. So either like a story, either like a story, or do this degree right. Oh, never mind. Okay, wait a minute. This is the craziest typing. Wait a minute. This is the craziest typing test I've ever seen. All I say is, she better get the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. Here I come. I'm coming to fix the carpet. I can't get to the carpet. I'm thinking what do I do? What do I do? I'm thinking what do I do? So I just watching brain and sex. So I just watching brain and sex, and then I say, but out of my mind, this is bad for the paper. Nice work, my friend. Thank you. Wait, you say me again. This guy's bus blocking. There I am. Wait, you say me again, The guy's bus blocking. Bus blocking. Why is that? The guy's bus blocking. But the part of the finished the the part of the finished the security that it has been talking. But hey, the guy's bus blocked me. There I am. Wait, you see me again, The guy's butt blocked me. The guy's butt blocked me. Okay. Typing. Craziest typing test I've ever seen. Okay, wait a minute. That is the craziest type test I've ever seen. All I say is she better get the job. Looks to me like he's the one getting the job. Here I come. I'm coming to fix the carpet. I'm coming to fix the carpet. I can't get to the carpet. I'm thinking what do I do? I'm thinking what do I do? So just watching them have sex. and then I say, wait, hurt my mind, That's bad for the paper trip. Okay, that's bad for the paper trip. Nice work, my friend. Thank you. Wait, you see me again. The guy's butt blocked me. The guy's butt blocked me. There I am. Okay, I'm the.
Legacy reflects every episode we've done on getting rich. All of it based on his tweet storm of how to get rich without getting lucky. I've collected them all here because we're going to switch topics to the new topic of happiness on the next episode. We published one of these giant megasodes before, but this one's even bigger. It's about 3.5 hours long. It covers all the tweets from the How to Get Rich tweet storm, plus all the Q&A that we did after that, plus 10 minutes of bonus material at the very end that we never released. The overall sound quality of this so it improves a lot after the first hour. You can find a link to a clean transcript in the show notes, or if you go to the website nav.al. There's no .com at the end. I hope you enjoy.
You probably know Naval from his Twitter account, and we're going to be talking about his epic tweet storm on how to get rich without getting lucky. We're going to go through most of the tweets in detail, give Naval a chance to expand on them, and just generally riff on the topic. He'll probably throw in some ideas that he hasn't even published before. He's also the co-founder of AngelList and Opinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich tweet storm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, and people outside of the tech industry, people in all walks of life, people who want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone vaguely knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it by.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory that the robots is cranking out things. Wealth is the computer program that's running at night that's serving other customers. Wealth is even money in the bank that is being reinvested into other assets and into other businesses. Even a house can be a form of wealth because you can rent it out, although that's probably a lower use of productivity of the land than actually doing some commercial purpose. So my definition of wealth is much more businesses and assets that can earn while you sleep. But really the reason you want wealth is because it buys you freedom. So you don't have to wear a tie like a collar around your neck. So you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. and rush to work and sit in commute traffic. So you don't have to waste away your entire life grinding all the productive hours into a way to a soulless job that doesn't fulfill you. So the purpose of wealth is freedom. It's nothing more than that. It's not to buy fur coats or drive Ferraris or sail yachts or jet around the world in a Gulfstream. That stuff gets really boring and really stupid really fast. It's really just so that you are your own sovereign individual. You're not going to get that unless you really want it. And the entire world wants it. And the entire world is working hard at it. And to some extent it is competitive. It's a positive sum game, but there are competitive elements to it. Because there's a finite amount of resources right now in society, and to get the resources that you want, you have to stand out. Money is how we transfer wealth. Money is social credits. It is the ability to have credits and debits of other people's time. If I do my job right, if I create value for society, society says, oh, thank you, we owe you something in the future for the work that you did in the past. Here's a little IOU, let's call that money. And that money gets debased because people steal the IOUs, the government prints extra IOUs, people renege on their IOUs. But really what money is trying to be, it is trying to be a reliable IOU from society that you are owed something for something you or someone who gave you the money did in the past. And you can transfer these IOUs around. So really money is how we transfer wealth. There are fundamentally two huge games in life that people play. One is the money game, because money is not going to solve all your problems, but it's going to solve all your money problems. So I think that people know that, they realize that, so they want to make money. But at the same time, many of them deep down believe that they can't make it. They don't want any wealth creation to happen. So they virtue signal by attacking the whole enterprise by saying, well, making money is evil and you shouldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to do is they're actually playing the other game, the status game. They're trying to be high status in the eyes of other people watching by saying, well, I don't need money, we don't want money. And then status is just your ranking in the social hierarchy. So wealth is not a zero-sum game. Everybody in the world can have a house. Because you have a house doesn't take away from my ability to have a house. If anything, the more houses that are built, the easier it becomes to build houses, the more we know about building houses, and just the more people that can have houses. So wealth is a very positive sum game. We create things together. We're starting this endeavor to create this, hopefully, piece of art that explains what we're doing. At the end of it, something brand new will be created. It's a positive sum game. Status, on the other hand, is a zero-sum game. It's a very old game. We've been playing it since monkey tribes, and it's hierarchical. Who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. And for number three to move to number two has to move out of that slot. So status is a zero-sum game. Politics is an example of a status game. Even sports is an example of a status game. To be the winner, there must be a loser. I don't fundamentally love status games. They play an important role in our society, so we figure out who's in charge, but fundamentally, you play them because they're a necessary evil. The problem is on an evolutionary basis, like if you go back thousands of years, status is a much better predictor of survival than wealth is. You couldn't have wealth before the farming age, before farmers, because you couldn't store things. Hunter-gatherers carried everything on their backs. So hunter-gatherers lived entirely in status-based societies. Farmers started going to wealth-based societies, and the modern industrial economies are much more heavily wealth-based societies. But there's always a subtle competition going on between status and wealth. For example, when journalists attack rich people or attack the technology industry, they're really bidding for status. They're saying, no, the people are more important, and I, a journalist, represent the people, and therefore I am more important. The problem is that by playing these status games, to win a status game, you have to put somebody else down. That's why you should avoid status games in your life, because they make you into an angry, combative person. You're always fighting to put other people down, to put yourself and the people that you like up. And they're always going to exist, there's no way around it. But just realize that most of the time, when you're trying to create wealth, you're actually getting attacked by someone else, and they're trying to look like a goody two-shoes, but really what they're doing is they're trying to up their own status at your expense. They're just playing a different game, and it's a worse game. It's a zero-sum game instead of a positive-sum game.
One thing you mentioned before the interview that stuck with me was the idea that you think everyone can become rich, and that perhaps some of the ways of getting rich or the idea of wealth is vilified by some people in other countries, say. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think there's this notion that making money is evil, right? It's like rooted all the way back down to money to root of all evil. People think that the bankers steal our money. And, it's somewhat true in that in a lot of the world, there's a lot of theft going on all the time. The history of the world, in some sense, is this predator-prey relationship between makers and takers. There are people who go out and create things and build things and work hard on things, and then there are people who come along and think with a sword or a gun or taxes or crony capitalism or communism or what have you. There's all these different methods to steal. Even in nature, there are more parasites than there are non-parasitic organisms. You have a ton of parasites in you who are living off of you, and the better ones are symbiotic and giving something back, but there are a lot that are just taking. That's just the nature of how any complex system is built. But what I am focused on is true wealth creation. It's not about taking money, it's not about taking something from somebody else, but it's from creating abundance. Obviously, there's not a finite number of jobs or a finite amount of wealth. Otherwise, we would still be sitting around in caves, figuring out how to divide up pieces of firewood and, the occasional dead deer. So most of the wealth in civilization, in fact, not most, all of it has been created. And it got created from somewhere. It got created from people. It got created from technology. It got created from productivity. It got created from hard work. So this idea that it's stolen is, I think, this horrible zero-sum game that people who are trying to gain status play. But the reality is everyone can be rich. And we can see that by seeing that in the first world, everyone is richer than almost anyone who was alive 200 years ago. 200 years ago, nobody had antibiotics, nobody had cars, nobody had electricity, nobody had the iPhone. So all of these things are inventions that have made us wealthier as a species. Today, I would rather be a poor person in a first world country than be a rich person in Louis XIV's France. I'd rather be a poor person today than an aristocrat back then. And that's just because of wealth creation. The engine of technology is science that is applied for the purpose of creating abundance. So I think fundamentally everybody can be wealthy. And this thought experiment I want you to think through is, imagine if everybody had the knowledge of a good software engineer and a good hardware engineer. If you could go out there and you could build robots and computers and bridges and program them. Let's say every human knew how to do that. What do you think society would look like in 20 years? My guess is what would happen is we would build robots, machines, software, and hardware to do everything, and we would all be living in massive abundance. We would essentially be retired in the sense that none of us would have to work for any of the basics. We'd even have robotic nurses, we'd have machine-driven hospitals, we'd have self-driving cars, we'd have farms that are 100% automated, we'd have clean energy. So at that point, we can use the technology breakthroughs to get everything that we wanted. And if anyone is still working at that point, they're working as a form of expressing their creativity. They're working because it's in them to contribute and to build and design things. But I don't think capitalism is evil. Capitalism is actually good. It's just that it gets hijacked. It gets hijacked by improper pricing of externalities. It gets hijacked by improper deals where that you have corruption or you have monopolies. Overall, capitalism is intrinsic to the human species. Capitalism is not something we invented. Capitalism is not even something we discovered. It is innate to us in every exchange that we have. When you and I exchange information, I want some information back from you, I give you information, you give me information. If we weren't having a good information exchange, you go talk to somebody else. So the notion of exchange and keeping track of credits and debits, this is built into us as flexible social animals. We are the only animals in the animal kingdom that cooperate across genetic boundaries. Most animals don't even cooperate, but when they do, they cooperate only in packs where they co-evolve together and they share blood, so they have some shared interest. Humans don't have that. And what lets us cooperate? It's because we can keep track of debits and credits, who put in how much work, who contributed how much. That's all free market capitalism is. So I strongly believe that it is innate to the human species, and we are going to create more and more wealth and abundance for everybody. Everybody can be wealthy, everybody can be retired, everybody can be successful. It is merely a question of education and desire. You have to want it. If you don't want it, that's fine, then you opt out of the game. But don't try and put down the people who are playing the game, because that's the game that keeps you in a comfortable, warm bed at night. That's the game that keeps a roof over your head. That's the game that keeps your supermarket stocked. That's the game that keeps the iPhone buzzing in your pocket. So it is a beautiful game that is worth playing ethically, rationally, morally, socially for the human race. And it's going to continue to make us all richer and richer until we have massive wealth creation for anybody who wants it.
And it's not just individuals secretly despising wealth, right? There's countries, groups, political parties that overtly despise wealth, or at least seem to.
That's right. And so what those countries, political parties, and groups are reduced to playing the zero-sum game of status. And the process they destroy wealth creation, they drag everybody down to their level. Which is why the US is a very popular country for immigrants, because it's the American dream. Anyone can come here, be poor, and then work really hard and make money and get wealthy, and even just make some basic money for their life. Obviously, the definition of wealth is different for different people. A first world citizen's definition of wealth might be, oh, I have to make billions of dollars and I'm completely done. Whereas to a third world poor immigrant just entering the country, and we were poor immigrants who came here when I was fairly young to the United States, wealth may just be a much lower number. It may just be like, I don't have to work a manual labor job for the rest of my life, but I don't want to work. But groups that despise it will essentially bring the entire group down to that level. If you get too many takers and not enough makers, society falls apart. You end up with a communist country like Venezuela, right? They were so busy taking and dividing and reallocating that people are literally starving in the streets and losing kilograms of body weight every year just through sheer starvation. Another way to think about it is imagine an organism that has too many parasites. You actually need some small number of parasites to stay healthy. And you need a lot of symbiotes, like all the mitochondria in all of our cells that help us respirate and burn oxygen. These are symbiotes that help us survive. We can survive without them. But to me, those are partners in the wealth creation that creates the human body. But if you just were filled with parasites, if you got infected with worms or a virus or a bacteria that were purely parasitical, you would die. So any organism can only withstand a small number of parasites. And when the parasitic element gets too far out of control, you die. So, that, again, I'm talking about ethical wealth creation. I'm talking about pulling capitalism. I'm not talking about mispriced externality of the environment. I'm talking about free minds and free markets. Small exchange between humans is voluntary and doesn't happen.
Sorry. So what's up? You came to see history. You came to see it. Oh yeah. All right. I'm kind of divorces. Okay. Unofficial word legal process to end a marriage. Kind of divorce. No, unofficial word legal process to end. So you came to see me yesterday. Oh yeah, I kind of need a divorce. Oh, okay. How come? Actually, I'm getting married again. What? Come. Oh God, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm straight. Oh, yeah, I know. I don't understand. How can you be straight? I mean, you're so smart and funny and you throw such great academy over party.
Academy.
Okay. Award. Academy Award party. That unused such great academy award party. Organization intended to protect and develop art, so science, language, literature, or a school that teaches a particular subject or trains people for a particular job. Organization intended to protect and develop art. Academy. A good academy award party. Academy organization intended to protect work party on art. Society and awkward. One. You're so smart, funny, and you throw such great academy award party. Award party to get money out of it for our wishes. Such great academy award parties. I know. That's what I kept telling. That's what I kept telling myself. But you just such a point where you can't live a life anymore. Kept telling myself, but you just reach a point where you can't live a night anymore. You are so. How long have you been? So how long have you been? So how long have you been? Academy awkward. Reach a point where you can't live a night anymore. So how long have you done? I guess at some level. I guess on some level I always knew I was straight. I thought I was supposed to be something else. I thought I was supposed to be something else. Suppose. So I was supposed because the children are supposed to be at school. To have to. I thought I was to be something else. You know, I'm AS dance. I'm AS dance, and my friend again. I'm AS dance, and my friend again. I was just trying to fit in. Something I was just trying to fit in, and there's actually a woman. Her name is Deborah. Oh, her name is Deborah. Her name is Deborah. Well, is she the first? Is she the first that you've been with? 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 Well, I've never told you this, but there one or two times back in college. One get really drunk and go to the street bar, and wake up with a woman next to me. Go to the bar and wake up with a woman next to me. But I told myself it was a liquor, and everyone experiments in college. Sure. Liquor. Strong. Strong alcoholic drink. Liquor. Oh, liquor. But I told myself it was a liquor, and everyone experiments in college. Everyone experiments in college. A test done in order to learn something or to discover if something works or it's true. A test done. Okay, I'm going to marry for my college. A test done in order to learn something. You test done in order to learn something or to discover if something works or is true. Test done. Okay. A test done in order to learn something or to discover if something works or is true. What is explain? A test done in order to learn something or to discover if something works or is true. Never experiments in college. Sure, but no, I know. I don't have a choice about this. I don't have a choice about this. I was born this way. I don't know what I don't know what to say. I mean, you know, you are married to someone. You're married to someone for 6 years, and you think you know him. And then one day he says, "Oh, I'm not gay. I'm still me." Why couldn't you just have figured? Why couldn't you just have figured? Why couldn't you just figured this out 60 years ago? No, you still smell a monkey, and well, no, you still smell a monkey. You know, you still smelled a monkey in there. Well, this saved us the conversation. Well, this had been great, but I'm officially wet. Me too. We should get going. No. I mean, no. Come on, you guys. I mean, come on. Look, it's only 11:30. 11:30. It's 11:30. 11:30. Let's just talk. Let's just talk. Whatever doesn't hang out and talk anymore. We'll never just efficient way. What? Efficient what? Efficient what? Efficient what? What? It's been great, but I'm efficient what? But I'm efficient what? What? I'm efficient what? Great, but I'm efficient what? Me too, and we should get going. What is a faker? I couldn't. Faker. They shape our human body, or a person, or woman's body shape. She has a beautiful figure. She has a beautiful figure. Efficient web. Efficient web. Be great. That'd be great. What figure out 6 years ago? I'm efficient web. It's great, but I'm efficient web. Efficient web. What? I'm efficient web. But I'm efficient web. Me too. We should get going. Come on, guys. Experiment. Jump command through Academy. Divorce. I can divorce. Right. Gay. Divorce. Okay. So it's You came to see me yesterday. Oh yeah, alright. I can't need a divorce. Oh, okay. How come? Actually, I'm getting married again. Actually, I'm getting married again. Well, oh God, I don't know how to tell you this. Oh God, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm straight. Oh, yeah, I know. I don't understand. Why? How can you be straight? How can you be straight? How can you be straight? I mean, you are so smart and funny, and you throw such great word. Okay. I mean, you are so smart and funny, and you throw such great Academy Award parties. Academy Award parties. I mean, you're so smart and funny, and you throw such great Academy Award parties. Okay, let me get. I mean, you're so smart and funny, and you throw such. Okay. I mean, you are so smart and funny, and you throw such great Academy Award parties. I know. That's what I kept telling myself, but you just reach a point where you can't live at night anymore. I know. That's what I kept telling myself, but you just reach a point where you can't live at night anymore. So, how long have we been? Okay, how long have we known? So, how long have we known? I guess on some level, I always knew I was straight. I thought I was supposed to be something else. I guess on some level, I always knew I was straight. I thought I was supposed to be something else. You know, I'm an ice dance. I'm an ice dance. All my friends are gay. All my friends are gay. I was just trying to fit in. I was just trying to fit in. I was just trying to fit in, and there's actually a woman. Her name is Deborah. Oh. Well, is she the first that you've been with? Well, is she the first that you've been with? Well, I've never told you. I've never told you this, but there are one and two. Well, I've never told you this, but there are one or two times back in college when I get really drunk and go to a straight bar. When I get really drunk and go to a straight bar and wake up with a woman next to me. And wake up with a woman next to me. But I told myself it was a knicker. But I told myself it was the knicker. And everyone experiments in college. Sure. But now I know I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice about this. I don't have a choice about this. I was born this way. I don't know what to say. I mean, you're married to someone for 6 years, and you think you know him, and then one day he says, "Oh, I'm not gay. I'm still me." Why couldn't you just have figured this out 6 years ago? Why couldn't you just have figured this out 6 years ago? It still smells a monkey in there. It still smells a monkey in there. Well, that That saved us the conversation. Well, that saved us the conversation. This had been great. This had been great, but I'm officially whipped. This had been great, but I'm officially whipped. But I'm officially whipped. This had been great, but I'm officially whipped. Me too. We should get going. No. I mean, no. Come on, you guys. I mean, come on. Look, it's only 11:30. Let's just talk. We'll never just hang out and talk anymore. Let's just talk. We'll never just hang out and talk anymore. Okay? Let's just talk. We'll never just hang out and talk anymore. We'll never just hang out and talk anymore. Okay. Let me see that.
It's like impact on others. But I think that kind of wealth creation from a society doesn't respect the group doesn't respect it, that has to do with what we can do in ourselves.
Obviously, we want to be wealthy, we want to get there in this lifetime without having to rely on what people think making money is about luck or not. It's about becoming the kind of person that makes money. Rather than that, if I lost my money and it was not being on a random street in any English-speaking country, within 5 to 10 years, I'd be wealthy again. Right? Because it's just a skill set that I've developed and I think anyone can develop. In 1,000 parallel universes, you want to be wealthy in 999 of them. You don't want to be wealthy in the 50 of them where you're not lucky. So we want to factor luck out of it. There's really 4 kinds of luck that we were talking about. This came from a book, Mark Andreessen wrote a blog post about it. But there's different kinds of luck. The first kind of luck you might just say is blind luck, where I just got lucky because something completely out of my control happened. That's fortune, that's fate, etc. Then there's luck that comes through persistence, hard work, hustle, motion, which is when you're just running around creating lots of opportunities, you're generating a lot of energy, you're doing a lot of things. Lots of things will just get stirred up in the dust. It's almost like mixing a petri dish and seeing what combines, or mixing a bunch of reagents and seeing what combines. You're just generating enough force and hustle and energy that luck will find you. The third way is that you become very good at spotting luck. So if you are very skilled in a field, you will notice when a lucky break happens in that field and other people who aren't attuned to it won't notice. So you become sensitive to luck, and that's through skill and knowledge. And then the last kind of luck is the weirdest, hardest kind, but that's what we want to talk about, which is where you build a unique character, a unique brand, a unique mindset, where then luck finds you. For example, let's say that you're the best person in the world at deep sea underwater diving, and you're known to take on deep sea underwater dives that nobody else will even attempt to dare. And then by sheer luck, somebody finds a sunken treasure ship off the coast they can't get at. Well, their luck just became your luck, because they're going to come to you to get that treasure, and you're going to get paid for it. Now that's an extreme example, but it's just showing how the person who got lucky by finding treasure chests, that was blind luck, but them coming to you and asking you to extract it and having to give you half, that's not luck. You created your own luck. You put yourself in a position to be able to capitalize on that luck, or to attract that luck when nobody else has created that opportunity for themselves. So when we talk about without getting lucky, we want to be deterministic. We don't want to leave the chance.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on the idea that in 1,000 parallel universes you want to get rich in 999 of them? I think some people are going to see that and say, that sounds impossible, sounds like it's too good to be true.
No, I don't think it's impossible. I think that you may have to work a little bit harder at it given your starting circumstances. I mean, remember, I started as a poor kid in India, and so if I can make it, anybody can, in that sense. Now, obviously, I had all my limbs, and I had my clinical faculties, and I did have an education, so there are some prerequisites you can't get past.
Okay.
If you're listening to this video or podcast, you probably have the requisite means at your disposal, which is a functioning body and a functioning mind. And I've encountered plenty of bad luck along the way. The first little fortune that I made, I instantly lost in the stock market. The second little fortune that I made, or I should have made, I got cheated by my business partners.
It's only the third time around has been a charm, and even then it has been a slow and steady struggle. And I haven't made money in my life in one giant payout. It's always been a whole bunch of small things piling up. So it's more about consistently creating wealth by creating businesses and creating opportunities and creating investments. It hasn't been like a giant one-off thing. My personal wealth has not been generated by one big year. It just stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments, more things I can do. Same way, someone like Adena, he's building his brand online, he's building videos. It's not like any one video is going to suddenly shower him with riches overnight. It's going to be a long lifetime of learning, of reading, of creating that's just going to compound. So we're talking about getting wealthy so you can retire, so you have your freedom. Not retire in the sense that you don't do anything, but in the sense that you don't have to be any place you don't want to be, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, and you can wake up when you want, sleep when you want, you don't have a boss. That's freedom. So we're talking about enough wealth to get to freedom, and especially thanks to the internet these days, those opportunities are massively abundant. I, in fact, have too many ways to make money. I don't have enough time. I literally have opportunities pouring out of my ears, and the thing I keep running out of is time. There's just so many ways to create wealth, to create products, to create businesses, to create opportunities, and to, as a byproduct, get paid by society that I just can't even handle it all.
I think it's pretty interesting that the first three kinds of luck that you described, there are very common cliches for them that everybody knows. And then for that last kind of luck that comes to you out of the unique way that you act, there's no real cliche for it. So for the first three kinds, there's dumb luck or blind luck. That's the first kind of luck. The second kind of luck is the cliche that fortune favors the bold. That's a person who gets lucky just by stirring the pot and acting. The third kind of luck, people say that chance favors the prepared mind. But for the fourth kind of luck, there is not really a common cliche out there that matches the unique character of your action, which I think is interesting and perhaps an opportunity, and it also just shows that people aren't necessarily taking advantage of that kind of luck the way they should be.
I think also at that point, it starts becoming so deterministic that it stops being luck. So the definition starts fading from luck to more destiny. So I would characterize that fourth one is you build your character in a certain way, and then your character becomes your destiny. One of the things I think that is important to making money, you want the kind of reputation that makes people do deals through you. You know, I use the example of like if you're a great diver, then treasure hunters will come and give you a piece of treasure for your diving skills. If you're a trusted, reliable, high integrity, long-term thinking deal maker, then when other people want to do deals, but they don't know how to do them in a trustworthy manner with strangers, they will literally approach you and give you a cut of the deal or offer you a unique deal just because of the integrity and reputation that you've built up. Warren Buffett, he gets offered deals and he gets to buy companies and he gets to buy warrants and bail out banks and do things that other people can't do because of his reputation. But of course that's fragile. It has accountability on the line. It has a strong brand on the line. And as we will talk about later, that comes with accountability attached. But I would say the character, the reputation, these are things that you can build that then will let you take out advantages of opportunities that other people may characterize as lucky, but you know that it wasn't.
You said that this fourth kind of luck is more or less a destiny. There's a quote from that original book that was in Mark's blog post from Benjamin Disraeli, who I think was the former Prime Minister of the UK. The quote to describe this kind of luck was, "We make our fortunes and we call them fate." There were a couple other interesting things about this kind of luck that were mentioned in the blog post I think will be good for the listeners to hear about, is that this fourth kind of luck can almost come out of eccentric ways that you do your things, and that eccentricity is not necessarily a bad thing in this case. In fact, it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because the world is a very efficient place, so everyone has dug through all the obvious places to dig. And so to find something that's new and novel and uncovered, it helps to be operating on a frontier, where right there you have to be a little eccentric to be out on the frontier by yourself, and then you just have to be willing to dig deeper than other people do, deeper than seems irrational just because you're interested.
Yeah, the two quotes that I've seen that express this kind of luck, in addition to that Benjamin Disraeli one, are this one from Sam Altman where he said, extreme people get extreme results. I think that's pretty nice. And then there's this other one from Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's a professor at Stanford, that you can't be normal and expect abnormal returns. I've always enjoyed that one too.
Yeah, and the one quote that I like, which is the exact opposite of that, is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Right? A lot of people spend a lot of their time playing social games, like on Twitter, where you're just trying to improve your social standing, and basically stupid social prizes, which are pointless.
I guess the last thing that I have from this blog post is just the idea that by pursuing these kinds of luck, especially the last one, basically everything but dumb luck, by pursuing them, you essentially run out of unluck. So if you just keep stirring the pot and stirring the pot, that will
Yeah.
Gone. Divorce. 이런 wait, that's always. Maybe that. Wait, that's all we do. Maybe that will all we do. What about June? Well, you have been in our lives for nearly 2 weeks. 2 weeks now. 2 months now. And we don't really know you. I mean, who is June? I mean, what do you like? What don't you like? We want to know everything. Well, that could take a while. So, I mean, who here does not have the time to get to know Junie? I get the time to get to know Junie. I got time. Yeah. Wait, I know her pretty well. Can I go? That's fine. Okay, Junie. So now let's start with your childhood. What was that like? Well, in a nutshell. You're not well in a nutshell. So have you told your parents? No, but have you told your parents? No, but it will be okay. They're pretty cool. My brother's sweet. So here you go. You know what? I just have one more question. And here you go. You know what? I just have one more question. If you had figured if I figure this out sooner. My brother said, here we go. You know what? I just have one more question. If you had figured this out sooner or later. If you have figured this out sooner and I had better around. Do you think I would have been the one who? No. That's right. Don't tell me. I don't think either answer would make me feel better. Here. I love you, Faye. So your brother's straight, huh? Seriously. And my second grade teacher, and my second grade teacher, and my second grade teacher. And my second grade teacher was Miss Thomas, and my first grade teacher was Mr. Carr, Mrs. Carr, Mrs. Carr, no Carr, not Carb salad. Okay, now what exactly is in the Carb salad? What exactly is in Carb salad? I'm going home. What? That junior talker, huh? Good night. Well. So it's pretty neat. You're probably not still planning on. Oh no, I am. Oh well, him. I'm nervous. No, I have done it before. Well, okay. I mean, how are you gonna handle it? How are you gonna handle it? How are you gonna handle it? I mean, I can talk about it beforehand. I just gonna pounce. Great teacher. My second grade teacher. My first grade teacher, Miss Thomas. My second grade teacher, Miss Carr. Beforehand, earlier than a particular time. So you can talk about before. I'm just gonna pounce. I mean, are you gonna talk about it before? Are you gonna talk about it beforehand? I just gonna pounce. I can just pounce. To jump or move quickly, or to catch or take hold of something. To jump or move quickly. In order to catch or take hold of something. Pounce. I just gonna pounce. Okay. Sooner and later. My first break. Okay, I was figure out that.
Pretty cool. My brother's so.
Here you go. You know what? I just have one more question. If you had
if you had figured this out and I had better round, do you think I would have been the one who better round? Baby. Wait, Rachel. That's all we do. Maybe that's all we do. What about Junie? Well, you have been in our well, you have been in our lives for nearly 2 months now, and we don't really know you. I mean, who is Junie? Who is Junie? I mean, who do you like? What don't you? What do you like? I mean, what do you like? What don't you like? We want to know everything. That could take a while. That could take a while. So, I mean, who here does not have the time to get to know Junie? I get the time to get to know Junie. I get the time to get to know Junie. I got time. Alright. I know her pretty well. Can I go? I know her pretty well. Can I go? That's fine. Okay, Junie. So now let's start with your childhood. What was that like? Well, in a nutshell. What's that? What was that? Well, in a nutshell. Use a few words. Okay, use a few words as possible. Use as few words as possible. Okay. Well, you're not. Nutshell. Well, you're not.
Nutshell.
Well, you're not. So have you told your parents? No. That's it. No. Have you told your parents? No. But it'll be okay. They are pretty cool. My brother's straight, so my brother's straight, so where you go? You know what? I just have one more question. If you had figured this out sooner, if you had figured this out sooner, and I had better around. Do you think I would have been the one who? No. That's right. Don't tell me. I don't think either answer would make me feel better. Here. I love you, Phoebe. So, your brother is straight, huh? Seriously? And my second grade teacher was Miss okay. And my second grade teacher was Miss Thomas. And my first grade teacher was Miss Mr. Cup. And my first grade teacher was Mr. Cup. Mr. Cup. No, Cup. And Cup salad. Okay. Now, what exactly is in a Cup salad? I'm going home. What? That unit are talker, huh? That unit talker, huh? Good night. So it's pretty late. You're probably not still planning on. Oh no, I am. Oh well, hey, I'm nervous. No, I have done it before. No, I have done it before. Well, okay. I mean, how are you gonna handle it? I mean, are you gonna talk about? Are you gonna talk about it beforehand? Are you just gonna pounce? I mean, are you gonna talk about it beforehand? I mean, are you gonna talk about it beforehand? I mean, are you gonna talk about it beforehand? Are you just gonna pounce? Are you just gonna pounce? Are you gonna just pounce? I feel much better. How can you just figure this out sooner? If you hadn't figured this out, I'm going home. So it's pretty late. You're probably not still planning on. Oh well, hey, I'm nervous. Okay, ChatGPT, I'm a little bit nervous. I want to know how you introduce yourself. I mean, this guy, spacious. I mean, what's happening? I mean, taps. I mean, are you gonna talk it beforehand? Handle it. I can handle it. I can handle it. I mean, how are you gonna handle it? I mean, well, okay. I mean, how are you gonna handle it? It's bigger than.
Not as getting small. Almost any salary job, even the one that's paying a lot per hour, like lawyering.
Competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point, it's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk or a Supreme Court justice or some famous